Hello everyone, and welcome back. It is finally time. The finale of CoZ at NoAH. So today we will do the Remy route and get the true ending, I assume. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how things conclude here. Not to mention the fact we can finally cut down all the bullcrap and just get back to how things were with Takumi and Remy. Maybe get a few more cute scenes with them. Yes, I do ship the gaslighter who tried to murder him with an absolutely insufferable otaku freak. What can I say? Only in fiction. But, yeah. Last episode we learned a lot. Momose is... yeah. Not exactly the nice lady that she came off as. And, I do kind of want to say, while I did enjoy Last Route the most, the romance was just terrible. Oh my gosh. Man, you could tell that was just shoehorned in there. Gotta have a romance up. Gotta have romance for every character, even if it doesn't make sense. Gotta sell more copies. Even though there's literally a canon. I'll never understand that with games like this. It's like, they'll give you the option to, like, go do your own shit with someone else, but then in the end, if you want the story, if you want the full picture of everything that's going on, if you want things to be canon, you have to pick a particular choice, which is kind of ultimately makes it like, what's the point? Like, I understand like character-oriented routes, but look how Zero Escape does it. Particularly Virtue's Last Reward. Just routes focused on the characters that develop them, but don't, like, screw around with anything. Like, it's just an unnecessary and kind of stupid cliche in a lot of these visual novels that I really, well, not just visual novels, but just in general, and it's just kind of like, I'm of the opinion that if it shouldn't be a canon romance option, it should be the romance. Like, don't bother with anything else. If you do, a lot of times it just results in, like, those characters just becoming orbiters of the protagonist, and their development is solely limited to that protagonist sometimes as a result. And you also don't really get more variety in, like, dynamics and things. Yeah. I know Steins Gate does this as well, and I hate it just as much there. I hope Robotics Notes and maybe Chaos Child isn't as guilty of this, but we'll see. But yep. I guess before I get started, I should get any possible theories I have on my mind out in the air. Yeah, I got nothing. Sorry, I'm not smart. Very dumb. Swanima is a dum-dum. I think it's more so the thing, like, I'm not sure where things are going. Like, yeah, I got nothing. I won't try and drag this on any longer. This is probably gonna be the longest episode in the series. And it's the final one, so without further ado,
I had no idea why, but for some reason, I felt like I knew her. While staring at the pale hand wrapped around my arm, I tried to envision what she looked like. In my delusion, she has a ribbon in her hair.
yes. Is wearing glasses? No. Is wearing over-the-knee socks? Yes. Is wearing a long skirt? No. Is making some sort of salute at me. you just got like this freaky serious scene, and I just imagine like Remy, while grabbing his hand, just saluting for no reason. Yes. Snap. Discovered Remy's story. Oh, dang! Okay, we're already there. Alright. 2 hours prior. The light of the sunset bathed the hospital room in a vibrant orange. All was silent, as if time itself had stopped. Only a single person was present. Completely still, as if asleep, sat a boy in a wheelchair. It was around the time of day where one would find nurses rushing around the hospital, serving patients their dinners. And yet, no such signs of activity made their way to the room. A moment later, the silence was broken by the sound of a door opening. A lone girl entered the room. The boy in the wheelchair lifted his head to acknowledge her, but did not speak. For a moment, the girl hesitated at the entrance. Looking around the room, she could sense a faint aura of loneliness emanating from it. The drab-looking room was minimal in size and reeked of disinfectant. This was where the two of them spent their days. An isolated location, eternally unknown to the rest of humanity. Not a single soul, be they a doctor, nurse, friend, or relative, ever came to visit. So, I guess they're saying this is where Remy lives, technically. The boy and the girl rarely exchanged words with one another. The boy had been hospitalized, and for a whole year had been comatose. Only just a month ago had he awoken. The girl had been essentially using his room as a place to stay, yeah. However, as much as she did trust him, their relationship had nothing to do with any sort of romantic or sexual attraction. Her only goal was to repay her debt to the boy. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah, sorry, original Takami, but, you ain't exactly easy on the eyes. The boy was intentionally cold and distant, having even told her not to return once before. Yet all the same, she remained. This was, in part, because she had nowhere else to go. During his coma, she had been his lone caretaker. The couch in the room had become her bed, and even now, after he had awoken, she still used it as such. No wonder she's constantly bending her neck. She's gonna get scoliosis if she keeps doing that.
ご飯買ってきたよ。
She spoke with warmth and sincerity as she held out a bag of food she had brought from the convenience store. Her words scared away the static atmosphere and breathed new life into the dead world that surrounded them. The girl surrendered herself to such an illusion, but did not mention did not mention this to the boy as she laid several kinds of bread atop the empty bed.
いつも思うんだけどさ、こんな食事で体は大丈夫？
もともと先は長くないから買ってこさせてごめん。
いいのいいの、私の分のついでだから気にしないで。
She forced herself to smile at the boy. Then, taking an egg sandwich for herself, she moved toward the window. Upon opening the window, the crisp autumn breeze permeated the quiet hospital room. Comfortably greeted by the wind, the girl narrowed her eyes and perched nimbly on the windowsill. The room was located considerably high up. Imaginably, falling would mean certain death. This, however, hardly mattered to the girl, who simply took a hearty bite out of her sandwich. The boy in the wheelchair paid her no heed. He did not even attempt to reach for the bread laid out on the bed.
ねえ、もう一度聞くけど、本当に彼を覚醒させるつもり？
昨日チャットをしてみてはっきりした。のぞみはすでに彼に目をつけている。ノア2も完成間近だし、急がないと。
どうしてもやるの？
そうだよ。
でもそれじゃのぞみと変わらない。彼に恐怖を与えて追い詰めて。
彼しかいないんだ。
彼が覚醒すればあなたは死ぬのに。
最初から覚悟の上だよ。彼に全ての責任を押し付けようとしている僕には相応の罰だと思う。
The girl kept her gaze focused on the setting sun, not daring to look over her shoulder at the boy. Her countenance laid her emotions bare. She looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment.
彼を消すっていう選択肢はないかな。
そうなったら僕はまた1年以上昏睡する覚悟で新しい僕を生み出さないとね。その頃にはノア2は完成して世界には絶望があふれているだろうけど。
Despite his gentle tone, his words were laced with a touch of cynicism. Upon hearing them, the girl couldn't help but let out a sigh.
私はあなたのやり方には反対だな。
ノア2を完成させるわけにはいかない。
そうだけど彼の立場を考えたら悲しすぎるよ。それにあなたが自殺しようとしているのをむざむざ指をくわえて見ているわけにもいかないし。
自殺じゃないよ。
私が何とかする。
The boy finally moved a little, taken aback by the girl's abrupt yet resolute words.
なんとかって？
Finishing off the last of her sandwich, she stepped down from the windowsill, then turned to face him. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she snapped into a pose resembling that of a salute.
私が望みから彼を守る。そうすればあなたは死なないから。
それじゃあ彼が生まれた意味がなくなるし、何の解決にもならない。ノア2が。
ノア2も私が何とかするって。
君には無理だよ。
もう決めたの。私はあなたを守るためにあなたと対立します。
She gave him a frail yet tender smile. At the sight of this, the boy lost any and all words he had.
あなたの予言によると、今日新しい事件が起きるんだよね。
予言じゃない。事実だよ。彼らの妄想を見たからね。
だったら彼をその事件に近づけさせないようにしなくちゃ。 私、ちょっと行ってくるね。
She approached the door.
君が邪魔をしても、僕は予定通り彼を目覚めさせるよ。
As she opened the door, hearing the boy's words directed at her back, she paused for one final time. No signs of life came from the hallway. Not a single human being was in sight, and not a single sound reached the room.
ねえ。私たちって何なんだろう。誰にも存在を知られずに、ここにもう1年以上いる。ここにいると、自分っていう存在は幻なんじゃないかって思えてきちゃうの。ジメジメ気分になるのはやっぱり病院だからかな。
リミ、君は関わるべきじゃない。
Despite the boy's pleading, the girl did not look back.
パン、ちゃんと食べるんだよ。
After murmuring those last few words, the girl left the hospital room. She, too, had heard that sound. Before there had been a strange whirring sound, like something tearing its way through the air. Soon after she heard it, she discovered its origin, a rucksack worn by a nearby suspicious-looking person. When she attempted to pursue them, however, they escaped. That was when she heard another sound echoing in the distance, the shrill sound of stakes being nailed into a wall. And, though faint, the whirring sound from before could still be heard as well. The two sounds resonated in grating harmony, creating the illusion that her ears may start bleeding at any moment.
手遅れだった。
Lightly biting her lip, she sprinted toward the source of the sound, and there, her eyes landed upon... Yep, there's the true murder. Not as grotesque as Takemi saw it. A corpse, affixed to a wall by several cross-shaped stakes. Startled, she surveyed her surroundings. Though she loved to admit it, the status of the victim did not matter to her in the slightest. If granted the opportunity, she would naturally have preferred to save him, but it was much too late. And now, there were more important matters at hand. She couldn't let Nishijo Takemi see this place. She couldn't let him be consumed by fear. Where could he be? With that on her mind, she returned her gaze to the corpse. She was at a loss for words. She'd only looked away for a second, and yet, in that short time, countless stakes had gruesomely mutated the corpse. Just a moment ago, there had only been a few stakes on the wall, just enough to suspend the corpse in midair. There hadn't even been any external injuries, let alone blood. But now, a grisly spectacle lay before her eyes. The sight of it left her reeling in horror, frantically fighting to ensure her nausea. Her vision distorted as uncertainty seized her heart.
妄想が現実を侵食してる。
In that moment, the girl came to notice that the changes did not end there. Her clothes were different. She was wearing a uniform unfamiliar to her, from a school she didn't recognize. In addition, her body was stained with crimson, and in her hand was a stake.
嘘。これって妄想がシンクロを。
Someone's delusion had edited the scene around her. The gruesome corpse, her clothes, the rich scarlet blood. Was any of it real?
違う。
It couldn't possibly be real. There was no stench of blood, She couldn't feel the icy chill of the metal stake in her hand. She put her hand to her bloody cheek, and it came away dry. She carefully reached for one of the stakes planted in the body. But when she tried to grab it, her hand grasped nothing but air. Everything was a delusion, a far, far too vivid delusion. But at any moment, the delusion could become reality. It had already taken form. Once real booted, it would emerge with reality. What was she to do? The girl was overtaken by doubt. A delusional space like this, oozing negativity, was well beyond anything she was used to dealing with. Such a powerful deluder may have already taken Nishijo Takami's life. She might suddenly find Takami pinned to the wall in this man's place. At this point, it would not even surprise her. Driven by anxiety, she let out a soft cry, and right at that moment...
あの時の将軍のリンク写真
The terrified scream of a boy resounded from behind her. And we know what happened from there. I guess that's why she said thank goodness then. Yeah, I suspected this route was gonna have a lot of new scenes. The vast majority of the nurses at Yoyogi's General Hospital were making out. Yes, they were all making out. It was super sexy, super hot. Man, you should have been there. Oh, you want to know where they are? They're hiding beneath the counter. Yeah, you just can't see it. We're out making their rounds. Only one could be found. Only one could still be found sitting alone at the nurse's station. She stared at a laptop with a deadpan expression on her face. Despite not being on break, she was in the middle of a phone call. It did not seem to matter to her in the slightest that she was violating her work's policy on cell phone usage. Reflected in her blank eyes was a certain chat log, shining brightly on the computer screen before her.
ええ、そう。現れたのよ、西條匠が。
間違いないっすか。
多分。
Speaking on the other end of the call was a man. It was clear from how they spoke to one another that the conversation had nothing to do with work.
名前はハンドルネームを使っているけれど、あの公式のことを知っていたもの。ログをコピーして送るわ。
With a mechanical flick of her wrist, the nurse moved the mouse with the intention of copying the log. However, she suddenly stopped, her brow furrowed.
どうしたんす？
The nurse ignored the man's question, narrowing her eyes as she brought her face closer to the screen. The screen still displayed the chat logs. However, something seemed different from a few seconds prior. Something had changed. An impossibility, considering they were logs, not real-time conversations. And yet, even though everything had felt perfectly normal a moment ago, something felt incredibly out of place now.
ログの書き込み時間が変わってる。
どういうことだ？
The man understood how absurd her claim was, and the voice on the other end of the call became much lower.
ついさっきまでは不自然なところなんてなかったのに、これ一体どうなって。
落ち着け。相手は化け物級のギガロマニアックスだ。
細工されたのかしら。
自分の実在を知られたくないためだろ
き込み時間が変化したことで自作自演のように見えてくるわ。
そう見えるな。それが狙いってことだ。現実を妄想にした。気をつけろシノ。見られているぞ奴に。
You're the real motherfucker here. Suddenly, a sense of uneasiness crept up the back of Shino's neck. Covering her nape with her hand, she turned to face the source of the gaze. But there was nobody there. Not a single soul could be found within the nurse's station.
信仰の救いあれ。
Oh, you are not being saved. Shino murmured those words of prayer to herself, hoping they would sweep the fear away. I forgot to take a look at Senna's sword. Gladiolus. This bifurcated blade represents Senna's own fragile spirit. Despite its intimidating, aggressive design, the sword is actually quite fragile in structure due to it being split into two sections. Of course, the normal flaws of physics do not apply to D-swords, so in reality, it is not fragile at all. Huh. It is kind of funny in retrospect how, like, I initially was kind of put off by how Takumi saw Senna, but like the root actually kind of proved her right. She really did think she was the smartest person in the room. She was honestly, it's kind of funny in retrospect that she meets Okabe there in Chaos Gate. They were both crazy conspiracy theorists. In some other different world, those two are making out like crazy. And is that all of the... 1, 2. Yeah, I think there's only 2 left. Probably one being Rimi's sword. Sakihata Rimi remained expressionless as she moved forward. Sorry, I thought I could get a quick gulp of water there, but yep. She was walking down one of Suime Academy's many hallways, this one lined with classrooms for second-year students. She was not accustomed to wearing a uniform, as this was her first time setting foot in this place. She paid no mind to all the other students in her vicinity. However, her apparent composure was a mere facade, one intended to desperately conceal a boiling pot of unease within her. Her somewhat awkward march through the halls betrayed this, but as she proceeded toward her destination, she kept her head held high all the same. Soon enough, she reached room 2C.
ここか。
She already knew the answer. It was Nishijo Takumi's class. She placed her hand on the closed door. Only then did she realize that her fingers were trembling. On a normal day, I would have wanted to come here. Such a deep desire crossed her mind for a moment, but she stopped her delusions from progressing any further. After taking a small breath, she vigorously slid the door open.
みんな、おはよう。
We gonna see how she met Misumi? Her stoic expression faded, as if it had never existed to begin with. The classroom before her was remarkably cheerful, overflowing with energy. She lifted her right hand to her forehead, snapping into the pose of a salute. Yumi's greeting resounded throughout the classroom. And the classroom fell as silent as death itself. Class had not started yet, so the room was about half full, but everyone that was there was looking her way, visibly puzzled. And for good reason. Nobody in this class, no, nobody in this school knew who she was. And for that very reason, Rimi had to first make sure to draw everyone's attention. She drew her D-sword, and yet not a soul reacted. The sword, with blades arranged like inflexible feathers, was still a delusion. It was visible to no one. For her purposes, however, that was enough. Go forth, my delusion. She fired her thoughts at the eyes of those gazing at her. Then, as if it had somehow been planned beforehand, everyone blinked in unison. And then, all at once, the room's frozen atmosphere thawed. Rimi looked around the room once more, and then a smile formed on her face.
おはよ
おはよう、咲畑。
おーっす。
リーミー、朝っぱらから声大きすぎ。
もっと静かに入ってこいよな。
This is kind of depressing when you think about it. One after another, each student spoke to her like they had always known her. Real depressing. Even though, until mere seconds ago, they had never seen her before. But it was different now. Rimi had planted delusions into them. Delusions that soon attained mutual recognition. Recognition that Sakihata Rimi is a student at Tsurime Academy and is a member of Class 2C. 2 days prior, she had tested this trick on Nishijo Taku, but it had proven to be not very effective. As a result, she had been worrying over how exactly it would unfold when she tried it here. I see. That's why she went to... She was trying to gaslight him. Or well, she was just trying to, gaslighting memes aside, she was just trying to, insert herself into his memories, but she couldn't, so things were just awkward. So I assumed the whole time was just kind of her awkwardly waiting around being like, come on, this has gotta work, right? Right? And that's why we get to watch a painfully long scene in which Takumi shits and pisses his pants. But it seems her anxiety had been unfounded. After seeing the smiles of her chattering classmates, she heaved a sigh of relief. She recalled her D-sword, then approached an empty seat from a vacant row in the back of the room. This desk was another delusion she had created. She placed her bag down, but rather than sitting, she turned to face the boy approaching her.
Yo, Rimi.
よ、ミスミ大輔。ミスミ大輔。ミスミ大輔。
Rimi spoke his name 3 times to ensure her certainty.
なんで3回言った？しかもフルネーム。
そういう気分だったからだよ。大地。
Nismi was Taku's friend. In addition to being quite handsome, he clearly put care into the way he dressed. Rimi did not know how his friendship with Taku had come to be. Perhaps Takumi was responsible, fabricating this friendship through delusions. Or perhaps Misumi and Taku had formed a genuine friendship on their own, with no outward interference. I like to think it would be this, but we shall see. That being said, Misumi saying that he doesn't even recall when he and Takumi became friends is kinda depressingly sus. The cause mattered not. All that mattered was that he and Taku were friends. Rimi's delusion had already implanted fresh memories within him.
タクは？
まだ来てねえな。っていうか、今日はあいつ来る日か？
多分ね。
さすがタクの保護者だな。あいつのスケジュールをちゃんと把握してるなんてよ。
Rimi bore a strained smile. It was a smile formed from feelings of guilt. Everyone's memories had been altered with delusions. This would remain Rimi's secret, with nobody else suspecting a thing. Those around her would act friendly with her. However, nothing could change the fact that these relationships had been crafted from falsehoods. She had thought that she had become completely accustomed to loneliness by now, but by placing herself in this classroom, she was subjecting herself to desolation stronger than ever before. That was an interesting scene. Standing in the center of a dimly lit room, Sakihata Rimi hung her head, remaining deathly still. The room's owner, Nishijo Taku, was not currently present. He had not locked the door before he left, so Rimi had easily been able to enter. She checked the time on her cell phone. It was nearly 10 p.m. Was Taku still at Scramble Crossing? If she had been able, she would have helped him straight away. She had already attempted to once before, but the closer she had gone to Scramble Crossing, the denser the crowd had become, and eventually she had been rendered unable to move. In the end, the Esper Boys' show had concluded before she reached O-Front. It was then that she had heard Takumi's voice. He pleaded with her to return Nanami's hand. It was not often that Takumi would ask Rimi for a favor. Nozomi had kidnapped Nanami, and they were currently subjecting her to all manner of torture. Takumi had been able to locate her using his mind-reading abilities. As she and Nanami had been acquainted in the past, hearing this news broke Rimi's heart. A cardboard box sat on the sofa. Contained within it was a cell phone, a petite bangle, and Nanami's severed hand. The sight left Rimi at a loss for words. Concern, anguish, and sorrow overwhelmed her. All at once, memories of her own past hardships flashed through her mind. Rimi lore! Forcefully biting her lip, Rimi stared at the hand for a few moments. And then, with a deep breath, she gently closed the lid of the box, sealed it with duct tape, and left the room with the package in tow. No lore? Rimi took out her cell phone and connected to the One Seg television broadcasting service. The events at Scramble Crossing had been on the news earlier, so she tuned into it, hoping to confirm something. But when the channel came on, it was in the midst of a commercial break, which must have meant that they were not broadcasting live anymore. In other words, Taku must not have been at Scramble Crossing anymore. Knowing this, Rimi reluctantly returned to the hospital room she had shared with Takumi. The lights were off. The room was as pitch black as when she had left it. The bed was empty, as Takumi was sitting in his wheelchair instead, something that Rimi had become accustomed to.
ナナミの腕は
持ってきた。
Rimi opened the box and presented it to Takumi.
ありがとう。
直せるかな？直せるよね。
わからない。でもこの病院なら冷凍保存しておける設備がある。
Of course, freezing it would be better than nothing, but there was no guarantee that it could ever be returned to her. That was what his eyes conveyed to her.
大丈夫。きっと治るよ。
It's nice to know that even while Rimi was disappeared, she was still actively doing things, but yeah, this fills in a lot of holes. Rimi boldly declared this with a positive flair.
きっと治るって信じる。もっともその前にナナミちゃんを助け出さなきゃいけないけど。
ナナミは殺されることはないと思う。焦って動くことはないよ。
冷静なんだね。ごめん、今言った言葉は忘れて。それより タクは今どこにいるかわかる？
この病院に搬送されてきたよ。精神科の病室で眠ってる。
そうなの？
Rimi's eyes widened, and she immediately burst out of the room. Visiting hours had long since ended, forcing Rimi to conceal the sound of her footsteps as she traversed the dim hallways. She knew that both Nozomi and the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light were among the hospital staff, and she could not afford to attract any unwanted attention. Following a long and arduous trek, she arrived at the room that Takumi had informed her of. Upon inspecting her surroundings to ensure she would not be seen, she slowly opened the door. The room was pure white, the entirety providing not even the slightest hint of warmth. Rimi silently approached the bed in the center of the room. Taka lay there, sleeping deeply, his forehead beaded with sweat, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a moan would occasionally escape his lips. Man, they left the lights on! These truly are some cruel bastards. Rimi reached out towards Taka's cheek and gently caressed it.
ごめんね。あなたを守ってあげられなくて。
Unable to withhold her emotions any longer, she whispered that into his ear. And then left him for the psycho nurse. Aoi-sen's eyes shot wide open at the sight of my... Oh. Wait a second! Yo! The anima image. Are we just Rimi now? Okay. I will try my best Rimi voice here. For all I know, this could just be temporary, but I will try my best. Time for the hype and the lore to begin, as well as the best romance.
Aoi-sen's eyes shot wide. Dang it. Aoi-san's eyes shot wide open at the sight of my D-sword. Her blow had been fairly quick, but stopping it had hardly been any trouble. Our D-swords resonated with one another, releasing a shrill cry that enveloped the two of us. I could feel Aoi-san's negative emotions, her fury, her hatred, coming forth through her D-sword.
先話はもう気がロマニアックスだったのら。
Behind me, Taku sank to the floor in shock. In that state, it would be impossible to get him to escape at this point. So I had no choice but to deal with Aoi-san somehow.
その男が何をしたか知っているのか？ IR2 という公式を
知ってるよ。
I cut Aoi-san short. I didn't want Taku to even hear its name.
それなら
タクを覚醒させればもっと大変なことになる。
その前に殺す。
あなたには無理だよ。
Aoi-san was incredibly aggressive, but she fundamentally misunderstood how a D-sword should have been used. Her attacks were far too straightforward, far too impulsive. Treating her sword as just a simple sword would translate only to a little kid swinging around a tree branch. There was a distinct difference between someone who had been properly instructed on how to wield it and an ordinary high school girl. Dealing with her would be child's play.
西条は死ぬべき男だ。この世に最悪を振りまいたんだから。
Alison had been consumed by hatred. Her negative delusions were clearly visible to me. Pouring out from within her, they transformed into a hulking black miasma and forcibly pierced into my dead spots. Alison couldn't have been doing it consciously. However, they wouldn't normally be visible to just anyone she faced. This was a characteristic unique to gigolomaniacs. When facing another human, it was possible to make that surge of emotions visible, and with that, you could lay all their emotions bare. I focused my attention on the images that were forcefully being projected into and eroding my mind. The emotions that fueled Alison's hatred, her memories. I could see them. Her pain, her sorrow.
I guess that's why we had that flashback then.
Her sorrow. Her memories of the past that tormented her. And using those memories, I glared at Alison and formed a delusion. I fabricated a fictitious scene that would twist the knife in her wounds. A shudder ran through her body. Slowly lowering her sword, she then froze completely. Her expression showed she was clearly shaken. Her eyes were empty. She was no longer looking at me, nor reality. She was now inside the delusion that I had fabricated. But I had just given her a cue. The rest of the story was of her own making, guided by her own obsession. And now, Alison could no longer fight. I jumped. I could feel a voice reverberating within my mind. I looked over toward the container house. A sword of many facets, an overwhelming sense of corrosive misfortune, a pure, unadulterated savagery, and a destructive nobility. It was Orihara-san's D-sword. Upon lifting her D-sword high up in the air, Orihara-san smiled cheerfully at me.
I will never get over her doing those faces.
All of a sudden, Taku raised his voice to a shriek.
セナもコズピーも敵なんだ。敵だったんだ。だからリミ殺しちゃえよ。僕は死にたくない。
ドク、ちょっと黙って。はーい、リスト入り。
Orihara-san twisted her lips into a smile.
二人とも殺しちゃうから。
Well, that was quick. Oh!
It came like a storm. The sheer speed at which she charged me was simply inhuman. She swung so wildly that I could almost see her panties.
I'm sorry, I had to.
I was taken by surprise. Orihara-san's D-sword came down on me like a stake being pounded into the earth. I immediately jumped back, but the impact was so strong I was blown back anyway. I somehow managed to land on my feet. Next came a horizontal swing. I tried to deflect it with my D-sword, but I failed. I ended up taking the blow head on. My arms went completely numb.
死ね死ね
Orihara-san charged at me with unbelievable strength. I had no room to counterattack. How is she so adept at fighting? Despite her small frame, Orihara-san swung her giant D-sword around with no issue at all. Her footwork was wild and unsteady. Each step she took was incredibly unstable. Her feet were barely touching the ground. Rather than she being the one swinging the sword, I felt as if the sword was swinging her.
チャキハタさんもタクミさんも悪い人だったんだね
Yep, she's yonder, eh? Enough for talking me.
二人とも殺しますタクは殺させない
As I desperately deflected Orihara-san's blows, just as I had done before with Senna, I focused on the negative emotions pouring out from within her. The image that appeared in the back of my mind was a mirror. Wasting no time, I sent that delusion into Orihara-san's dead spots. Orihara-san's movements came to a sudden halt. Tears began to pour from her eyes. I let out a sigh of relief. I had to get Taku out of here while I still could. That was when I noticed. I couldn't see Aoi-san anywhere. I looked all around the rooftop and saw her standing at the very edge of it. I frantically took off running, but before I could reach her, her body slowly drifted forward, and then she disappeared over the edge.
Oh, shit. So this time, she got distracted by CoZ and wasn't able to stop Senna from falling over the edge. Damn, CoZ, you inadvertently killed the girl you were trying to protect.
The sound of something crashing into the ground. The sound of something smashing against the earth. I heard it faintly in the distance. Had she died? Had Aoi-san died? Because of that delusion I showed her? No, I didn't mean to... A fierce blast of wind came from behind me. The impact was tremendous. I felt like I had been hit by a truck. I felt my brain being shaken around inside my skull. Unable to brace myself beforehand, I was sent flying. I hit the ground hard, and a sharp pain shot through my entire body. I hadn't been cut in any way, but I had taken an extremely hard blow from her fiendish D-sword. My vision was intensely blurry. I tried to get up, but I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't tell who I was anymore. I might have suffered a light concussion. I tried desperately to look up. Orihara-san was staggering around, cradling her head in her hands. She violently shook it from side to side. Had the delusion I'd shown her made her lose sight of who she was? She was moving toward Taku. She was going to kill him. Why didn't you run away? Why are you still here? I had to help him. I closed my fists, but my D-sword wasn't in my hand. I had accidentally let go of it when I had been hit by the blast earlier. was lying on the ground a short distance away from me.
死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ死んじゃえ
CoZ is CoZ peased.
Taku was crying out for my help. I have to save him. I won't let anyone kill him. But I'm too far away. I won't make it.
Funny considering you're the one who kills him the most.
Orihara-san had already raised her D-sword. Taku would die in an instant. He had sunk to his knees and could no longer move. In less than a second, he would literally be crushed by her D-sword. I have to save him. No matter what I do, I won't make it. Numerous voices surged within me. My thoughts grew erratic. Countless me's pierced with me with their gazes from inside my head. Countless me's whispered with their mouths. The whispers continued to cascade, pulling together into a violent flood of voices, each one gnawing away at any and all reason I had. I desperately stood up, but I couldn't do any more than that. I won't make it.
殺させない
I gritted my teeth. Taku is going to die. Kill her. Kill Orihara Kozue. If I can protect him, then nothing else matters. No! It's not like that! Kill her. Wouldn't it be better if Taku died here? Kill Orihara Kozue. Kill Nishijo Takumi. That's the wish of both Sakihata Rimi and Takumi, isn't it? You're wrong!
違う私はタクを
Before I knew it, the sword was in my hands. It was supposed to be in the ground, yet I was holding it.
私は
I felt the sensation of gouging flesh.
And instantly this became Iwa's least favorite route.
I didn't know how I'd closed the distance between me and Orihara-san, but when I looked, I saw that the D-sword I had been holding in my hands had sunk deep into her delicate back.
私
I was resisting against a will of some kind. I had no intention of killing her. Or was this really my own will? My true nature? Orihara-san looked back at me with an empty expression on her face.
先畑さん一体ノラ
This is wrong. I don't want to kill her. If I don't stop, she'll... My D-sword wriggled and squirmed. As if it had a will of its own, it trembled with the joy of taking a life, the delight of bathing in blood. I frantically shook my head in denial. My D-sword's wings, its fangs, creaked loudly as they bored into Orihara-san's back. Even now, it was trying to gnaw into her and tear her apart.
Man, looks like she's gonna suffer the same fate she did in her route. I mean, she inflicted upon others in her route. Losing control of her D-sword.
ダメだってば
I tried pulling it out, but I couldn't. I couldn't move. I couldn't even let go of my sword. Orihara-san coughed up blood, and when it landed on my sword, dyeing it red. As if it was a pair of wings spreading, it twisted itself deep into Orihara-san's body and tore her apart, blood burst into the air, and the petite girl who had been alive just a second ago transformed into nothing but mere lumps of flesh.
Remy Yandere arc?
Crimson, illusionary feathers poured down around me.
違う。私はこんなの望んでない。
Well, I thought we were going for a ideal ending here, but I guess not. Maybe that's what we unlock.
Seeking desperately for someone to save me, I looked around. Taku was staring at me as if he'd seen a monster.
私は殺すつもりなんてなかった。殺すつもりなんてなかったのに。
But I killed them anyway. Both Senna and CoZ were dead. They died right before my very eyes, and Remy had been the one to kill them. Right now, she was lying down on the sofa, sleeping. After CoZ had died, she had started trembling, let out a scream, then immediately lost consciousness. I hadn't even been able to stand up for a while from the shock. I'd been scared shitless. My fear had kept building and building, and eventually I couldn't stand to look at CoZ's bloody corpse any longer. So I got up, carried Remy to my room, and shut us in.
Where the hell are the police? A girl fell off a building in Shibuya. Surely someone saw by now.
She would occasionally let out a pained moan, but no matter how many times I called her name, she wouldn't regain consciousness. So I just sat down, hugged my knees, and waited for Remy to wake up. There wasn't much I could do about my trembling. Senna and CoZ had just died after all. Unlike the new gen victims, they were far from being complete strangers. I knew them, talked to them, spent time with them. Just yesterday, the three of us had eaten crunchy coons together. This would be 358 over 2 days. Senna, CoZ and I. When I saw that photo with the three of us in it, I bit my lip. It didn't matter how much I wanted to forget it. That scene ripped straight from a nightmare played again and again in the back of my mind. CoZ's vivid, crimson blood. The slimy, sickly texture of the glistening bones sticking out from her body.
Sorry, I'm getting kind of mixed up between Takumi and Remy here. I hope my Remy voice sounded different enough. I was earnestly trying to sound as close to her as I could.
The slimy, sickly texture of the glistening bones sticking out from her body. Her emotionless eyes had lost all light. And the indescribable fear and sickness I felt in the moment where I saw another person ceased to be a person. The moment when her slender body had been ripped apart had been burned into my retinas. In that moment, I learned how frail people truly were. I felt like I was about to throw up, and if I did end up doing so, that would make it the 4th time I'd puked. What had ended up happening to Senna? This was an 8-story building. Having fallen all the way from the roof, there was no way she'd made it out unscathed. She'd definitely died. The two of them were both dead. I couldn't believe it.
Awkward time to yawn.
It couldn't be real. It had to be a dream. A nightmare. Yeah, that was the only explanation. Dying in such a horrifying way. If that wasn't enough, if that wasn't already enough, it was Remy who had killed them. I didn't want to believe it. There was no way I could, but it was the truth. I didn't understand why Senna and CoZ had suddenly turned hostile and tried to attack me. She'd said something about IR2. It probably had something to do with my essay from back when I was a kid, but I couldn't care less about that now. After that, Remy had been revealed to be a gigolomaniac, something that honestly hadn't surprised me too much. But then, she fought to protect me. She might have gone too far, sure, but there was no way I was going to hold a grudge over that. Still, if things stayed like this, both Remy and I would get caught by the police. Senna and CoZ's corpses were just lying around out there. Eventually someone would find them and notify the police. I couldn't get caught, as if I'd ever let that happen. I could just tell the truth. I hadn't killed anyone after all. Remy had. And Senna and CoZ had attacked me first, so that I had to count legally as self-defense. But I was well aware that none of that would work. Back when the crucifixion had happened, I had almost been named the culprit. There was no doubt in my mind that it would go the exact same way this time. Moreover, I needed Remy. If she didn't exist, if she wasn't here to protect me from the threat of Shogun, I would be completely fucked. So when I learned the truth that she was a gigolomaniac, I hadn't been horrified. If anything, I'd welcomed it. She wasn't powerless. She wasn't just a naive high schooler. She was my ally, one who even wielded the power to protect me from Shogun. That was why I wanted her to wake up so badly, and sooner rather than later. I'd get to erase Senna's and CoZ's corpses with her delusion powers. And once she did that, the police would no longer be able to get us. Nobody had found their bodies yet, right? Holding back my urge to throw up, I looked at the door. CoZ's bloody corpse was just outside, and therefore unlikely to be found. But Senna's wasn't. Senna had fallen off the roof. Meaning someone could easily stumble upon what was left of her. It'd be the end if that happened. Seeing how Remy wasn't waking up, I'd have to cover up their bodies somehow. Man, Senna can't catch a break in any of these endings, huh? Just the mere prospect terrified me. I didn't want to even look at someone's corpse. And that wasn't even mentioning the fact that I knew them, which made it so much worse. Even so, I desperately shook away my fears, and then I went outside. I had to ensure my and Remy's safety. It was already dark out, leaving my surroundings very dim. I didn't even have the moon to help. The clouds were hiding it. Straining my eyes, I looked over to where CoZ was lying. But I couldn't find it. I couldn't find CoZ's tragic corpse. There was still a pool of blood, so I couldn't laugh it off as it was all just a dream plot twist. But her corpse was completely gone. What the... Starting to get really confused. I stuck my head over the edge of the roof and peered down at the street below. There was no one there. And Senna's corpse wasn't there either. There was clearly something down there. Something I immediately understood to be a pool of blood. But that was it. No people, no corpse, nobody freaking out, nothing. Where had her corpse gone? The corpse had definitely been there after Remy had lost consciousness.
So Remy couldn't have erased her with her gigalomaniac powers. But then, who could have? I'm guessing perhaps the Committee of 300?
I say, no, she was still hospitalized in Yoyogi.
Because at the very least, even if they're not actively meddling with things right now, they do seem interested in the disposal of the bodies.
Then, Shogun. But he was my enemy. There's no way he'd ever do something that would have benefited me. What the hell was going on? Feeling both vaguely anxious and incredibly relieved about the corpses disappearing, I let out a small sigh. I let out a deep sigh. Then I felt chills on the nape of my neck. I was being watched.
By the committee.
It was the usual mysterious gaze. Shogun, is that you watching me?
僕を見るな。
So, like, my thing is, I suspect that there are two sets of eyes, actually. There's Shogun, but I think perhaps the other is the Committee of 300. I wonder if there's anything significant about the number 300.
I ducked into my room. Remy had gone up. She was looking around the room with a vacant expression on her face. Guess she'd finally woken up. But what should I say to her?
I don't know, man. Look at those eyes.
Killing Senna and Kosapi had been a pretty extreme shock to her. Then again, that was bound to happen if you killed someone. It wasn't like PKing in ESO. She'd also said she didn't mean to. And I was pretty sure that only made it worse. I didn't know what to say at a time like this. So in the end, I couldn't help but say nothing. Remy looked at me, then tilted her head curiously.
ここどこかな。
Did she kill her heart?
あなたは誰？
Remy was acting strange.
リミどうしちゃったの？
リミ？リミって誰だろう？私かな？私リミじゃないよ。
何言ってるんだよ。しっかりしてよ。
私の名前はわかんないや。
嘘でしょ。嘘だよね。
I pressed her for an answer.
本当だよ。
Right when she said that, Remy jumped into my arms and started clinging to me. She rubbed her cheeks against mine like some spoiled kid wanting attention. Having her so close to me, and so suddenly at that, I started panicking.
So yeah, my best guess at the moment is that whatever phenomenon that we saw in that flashback of hers is possibly what's going on right here. Then again, Remy's the gaslighting queen, so I suppose it's possible she's just being weird for some reason.
あなた誰？私のお友達かな？きっとそうだよね。お友達ってね、つまりね、私に親切にしてくれる人のこと。あなたは怒らない？私、怒られるのやだ。あとね、痛いのもすごく嫌だな。
Amnesia. Or maybe Maybe even some form of age regression. I thought this kind of thing only happened in Eroge.
What? Okay, I am not going to question what he meant by age regression anymore.
I would have never even dreamed of actually running into a situation like this IRL. But that was only a possibility. The sheer amount Rimi had freaked out when she killed Kosepi wasn't normal.
I don't know, man. I'd say that's a pretty normal reaction to involuntarily murdering a little girl very slowly and methodically in front of your eyes and watching her being torn into a fleshy pulp.
And
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
I remembered the late Senna's words. Rimi might have broken once again. She killed her own heart and mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Suddenly, those words came to mind. I couldn't quite remember where, but I had a feeling that someone had told me that before. If Rimi had killed her own mind from the shock of having killed Kosepi and Senna, and I was talking to an entirely new personality she created, I could understand why she was acting like a child. DID, dissociative identity disorder, also known as multiple personalities.
Outdated terminology, by the way.
Yua had accused me of having it.
I almost said Mia by accident for some reason.
Obviously, I didn't have it, but maybe Rimi was suffering from it now. This is all just speculation, of course. What I did know, though, was that the childlike Rimi in front of me now was nothing like the Rimi I knew. She wasn't the same girl who told me she'd stay by my side. The girl whose kindness had enveloped me. She was completely different now.
こんなの
I fell to my knees on the spot. I was overwhelmed with despair.
It's kind of funny that ultimately Takemi's true love is him falling in love with her personality specifically.
As Rimi clung to me playfully, she peered at my face curiously. Her eyes were so serene, so beautiful. Purity overflowed from them. Purity that I couldn't stare back into. In a way, we were lucky that Senna's and Kosepi's corpses had disappeared. But if Rimi was like this, who was supposed to protect me now? Rimi, not that I even knew whether or not to even call her that, had genuinely lost all her memories. Or, I suppose you could say this Rimi didn't have memories at all.
私はリミっていうの
Not a direction that I was expecting this route to go whatsoever.
そうだよ崎畑リミ
崎畑リミそうなんだ
From the way she talked, you wouldn't think we were talking about her literal name.
あなたはお名前なんて言うのかな
僕は西条拓海
Having to teach her something so basic, like day one stuff, was just... Thinking about where this was going to lead just left me feeling even worse than before.
西条拓拓だね
It was the same. Her Her nickname for me was the same.
ねえねえタク、私ね、手がベトベトしてるの。
So I don't think she calls Shogun Taku, I think she just calls him Takumi, if I recall. So I guess something about our Takumi just inspires her to call him Taku.
The dried blood on her hands clung to her skin. The dark red discoloration on her was CoZ's blood. Or at least it should have been. Her corpse had vanished, but her blood still remained.
ベトベト、やだな。
Mimi looked pretty sad as she stared at her hands. I was reminded of CoZ's smile. I was hit with a horrible ache in my chest. Trying my best to hold myself together, I got a wet towel ready for her.
ほら、手出して。
When I told her that, Mimi timidly held out both of her hands. Using the towel, I started cleaning the blood off of them. Every time I glanced at it, the previously white towel got redder and redder. To make sure I got it all off, I had to scrub kind of hard. As I wiped away the blood, making sure to get even between her fingers.
くすぐったい。
Mimi laughed cheerfully. She must have had no idea why she had blood on her hands. Well, wasn't she fucking acting carefree? You know what? Clean them yourself. Why should I have to babysit you? There was no way I could actually say that. Mimi had tried her best to protect me, and because of that, regardless of whether or not it had been intentional, she'd killed someone. And then, her heart and mind had broken completely.
I wonder if perhaps that happens when she kills Takumi and the other roots.
So, I couldn't just leave her to fend for herself. After all, I was also responsible for her being like this.
ほら、綺麗になったよ。
ありがとう。ピカピカだ。私の手。すっきりしたよ。
She took my hands, intertwined her fingers with mine, and innocently shook them up and down. She seemed so happy. It was like she was a little kid. For some reason, her smile left me feeling wistful.
ねえ、リニー。君は僕を守ってくれる？
守る？何を？
僕を。
私ね、よくわかんない。でもね、パパは私のお友達だから、私に親切にしてくれるよね。だからね、私、タクがいてくれてよかったよ。
It was no use. There was no point talking to her anymore. Mimi, who was supposed to protect me, wasn't there anymore. I hung my head. Mimi wasn't supposed to be here. Where was her house? She needed to get home. I thought of reaching out to her family, but I couldn't find anything among her stuff with their contact information. If I went to school, the teachers there would most likely know her address. Problem was, it was already fairly late, so I probably wouldn't be able to get in to ask. Actually, now I thought about it, I didn't really know much about Rimi. Where did she live? How big was her family? When was her birthday? What was her favorite food?
I think she can only answer 2 of those.
I didn't know anything about her, and because of that, there was nothing I could do for her.
タク、タク。
Rimi called my name as she pulled on the hem of my shirt.
ねえねえたく、私ね、お腹ペコペコ。
What time was it? It was already dark outside, and also dinner time. Unfortunately, I didn't have any spare food here. I would have to go buy something.
何が食べたい？
Had she forgotten about food due to her memory loss? Did she not know what different kinds of foods there were? What they tasted like?
そうだ。ね、私お蕎麦が食べたい。
お蕎麦？
お蕎麦好き。
好きなの？
好き。
なんで？食べたことあるの？
食べたこと。ないかも。でもね、お蕎麦は好きだよ。
What was going on? Was she starting to regain her memories? Or was her previous self's sense of taste the only thing she remembered? If she got her memories back, I'd be saved. For the time being, though, I had to go to the supermarket to buy some soba.
リミ、ここで待ってて。絶対外に出ちゃダメだ。はーい。ミシー。
That's so cute. I can't believe I'm actually saying Takumi is being cute for once, but that's adorable.
I tentatively struck the pose the previous Rimi had done all the time. I put one hand up against my head as if I was saluting her. Maybe this would make Rimi remember. That was my train of thought, at least, but...
石？何？かっこいいね。
That's Senna when she doesn't have her crunchy-kun.
She had no idea what I was doing. Her eyes were sparkling with curiosity, not recognition. So incredibly embarrassed, I bolted out of the room. On the way to the supermarket, I checked to see if police were around or not. Just as I thought, Senna and Kosupi's corpses had disappeared. If there were any police around, it was possible that there had been witnesses. But if there weren't, then that would mean no one had found them. In other words, we might have had some time before we were found out. Of course, I wasn't just worried with the police, but Shogun too. He could show up completely out of nowhere at any time, so I paid extremely close attention to any of the shadows where he could have been lurking in. Thankfully, I didn't feel God's gaze at the moment, but even then, I still didn't want to go out at night. The darkness scared me.
You know, it's kind of funny. Whenever I was out on the streets of Tokyo, even when it was late, for some reason I always felt safe. Like, it was the safest I have ever felt in any large city ever. Now, that doesn't mean it is safe. It's just I felt safe for some reason. And I'm genuinely not sure why.
And when I walked through the deepest parts of that darkness, I could faintly see the scene of the dead Kosupi and Senna start to form. Their bodies, mutilated and disfigured, slowly took shape. I quickly averted my eyes and hurried to the supermarket, keeping my eyes trained on my feet. Once I got back to my base, I got the portable stove and started boiling the water for the soba. My container didn't exactly have any form of ventilation, and there was flammable shit everywhere, so it was honestly pretty dangerous. Regardless, I went ahead and tossed the soba into the pot. Instant noodles, of course. Mimi was staring at the noodles with a spark of curiosity in her eyes.
お蕎麦ってこうやって作るんだね。
CoZ pool of blood was still there. It was practically all dried up now, and since it was nighttime, it just looked like some weird black stain. I broke down all the empty cardboard boxes I'd piled up and set them over the top of it. I knew it wouldn't solve the problem, but I still didn't want to see it if I could help it.
タクこぼれそうだよ。
When I heard her say that, I went back to check the stove. It was boiling pretty intensely, and it was on the brink of overflowing. But instead of doing anything about it, she just kept saying, "Whoa!"
火を消して。
Ruby tilted her head, like usual, and then turned the dial on the stove the wrong way.
うわあ、売れたよ。すごい。
いや、すごいじゃないでしょ。
I frantically pushed Remy aside and turned off the burner. There was hot water everywhere. It shouldn't have really mattered. As long as it was edible, she shouldn't have cared too much about how it tasted or its texture. So I took the pot, drained the water from it, and immediately rinsed the soba noodles. Though it was worth noting that I'd only done so because the instructions told me to, not because I was some master soba chef.
冷やしとあったかいのとどっちがいい？
冷たいの。
I unfortunately didn't get to try soba while I was in Japan.
I plopped the noodles into a bowl, then poured in the base I'd bought as well. All I had for toppings was some green onion. I chopped it up to make a decent garnish, then it was ready to go. I took Remy back to my room in a hurry. I'd leave the cleaning for tomorrow when it was bright outside. Right now, I want to spend as little time as possible outside, especially since there was still the faint smell of blood out there.
I mean, strike while the iron's hot. Isn't now the ideal time?
It felt as if Senna and CoZ could show up even now. They'd be drenched in blood, and then they'd start walking toward me like zombies.
Nah, that's the Nanami delusion.
Sure, that was more based in a cult than reality, but it still scared me nonetheless.
ねえタク、食べていい？食べていい？
It was pretty clear that Remy didn't have any of the intense worries I had. Actually, maybe it was precisely because of those things that she changed to an entirely new personality, in order to completely erase the memory of having killed people.
どうぞ。
はい、いただきます。
She then grabbed the chopsticks I'd given her. She was holding them like they were a fork, though. Instead of using them, she stuck her mouth on the edge of the bowl and started slurping it up directly. Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. That's how a lolly eats. Thank you very much. She must have even forgotten how to hold chopsticks correctly. To be fair, I forget every time I put them down. She'd also forgotten how soba was made and how to turn off a simple stove. And yet, she had remembered that it was polite to thank people for making stuff for you. Maybe that meant that her understanding of the world around her had regressed.
食べられないよ。
え？
食べられない。
Feed her! Feed her!
Mimi was getting frustrated at her own inability to properly eat the soba. I mean, considering how she was trying to go about it course she wouldn't be able to.
食べさせて。
Feed me!
なんと。
Was she for real? Was she asking me to feed her? I felt like I was her babysitter at this point, or perhaps a dad. But having a daughter at the same age as me? Oh God, I didn't know if I could handle that.
たく。
She pleaded with her puppy dog eyes, and since I couldn't really say no to those, I let out a sigh and gave in.
ほら、あんして。
CG impending. Rimi took the soba I was holding out to her mouth and started chewing on it with a smile on her face. She seemed to really like it.
No soba? No soba CG, I guess.
それはよかった。
Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. A laid-back, relaxing life with a 3D girl. That was definitely what I was looking for. A life with no overly dramatic or oge-esque plot points. Not having to worry about the heroine's emotional baggage. Not having to worry about feelings for each other, being too afraid to speak up. And not having to worry about getting dragged into a murder case.
How often does that happen in a rogue anyway?
A life that you wouldn't find in books or video games. And yet, I had a feeling that was what I really wanted. And that very life was actually unfolding right here, right before my very eyes. Not only that, but Rimi was here with me too. Being honest with myself, Rimi was cute. She'd also said she would protect me. And I, too, wanted to stay with her forever, if I could. But this was all fake. A lie. This life wouldn't last. And Rimi wasn't Rimi. Our time would be far too short-lived. Far too fleeting. The thought of it made me feel sad, wistful, and empty.
戻ってきてよ。リミ、本当に戻ってくれ。
I couldn't help but whisper those words.
メールだよ。ボケなす。
I was taken by surprise. I'd heard Seraton's voice come from my PC. I just received an email from someone.
Suwa harassing us as usual.
Was it from Shogun?
No, it was from Shogun.
I had a bad feeling about this. This couldn't be good. I didn't want to look.
僕を見るな。
I felt the gaze. Someone was looking at me. I felt even more evident than usual.
I just imagine, like, Shogun with a bag of popcorn, just, yeah, this is getting really interesting, you know?
I looked around me, but there was no one besides me and Rimi in this room. My hand had stopped, and because of that, Rimi was fighting hard to try and wrestle the soba into her mouth. She wasn't looking at me, which meant that there was no one else it could have possibly been. I didn't even need to ask, whose eyes are those eyes?
Haven't heard that phrase in a while. Either that, or I just think that because it's been 12 days.
Groaning, I headed for the PC and checked my inbox.
Shogun! Nope, it's the real Shogun.
I'd only received one email.
Awaken.
And the sender was Shogun.
くそ。くそ。
No, it's show good, not show bad.
What was he plotting now? Was he gonna kidnap Nanami for real this time instead of just faking it?
I hate to tell you, but
Or maybe he was finally gonna come and kill me directly once and for all. The fear made all my hair stand on end. The chills on the nape of my neck grew even stronger. I didn't feel any good, and my head was starting to hurt somewhat.
that's a weird icon for options.
Don't look at me! With trembling fingers, I clicked the mouse and opened the email. Subject:
あれ
Awaken, from Shogun. There was nothing written in it. It was only the subject line, which read, Awaken. There was nothing written in the body. Awaken? What did he mean by that? Was he telling me to awaken as a gigglomaniac? You had to be fucking kidding me. I had a feeling he had said something similar the first time we'd met.
バカにして
Trolling.
僕を怯えさせてそんなに楽しいか
I was angry, but at the same time, I wanted to fend off the fear lurking deep inside me. I hit the keyboard hard with my hands. Static came from the speakers. Had I clicked something by accident?
Oh,
目
Wow.
覚めてもう時間がない
I heard something. Mixed in with all that static. I heard something. I hurriedly checked my PC. The MP3 player wasn't running. And there weren't any videos playing in my browser. I thought maybe Shogun's email had included some kind of virus. There were no files attached to it.
dang, that's loud. Tiff.
Again. I'd heard it again. It was getting hard to breathe. Drops of sweat ran down my forehead. Oh, I could just turn off the sound. If I did that, I'd stop hearing this extremely weird stack.
Nope, you're gonna hear it anyways.
I opened the sound setting on the bottom right corner with the mouse. Then, I checked the option to mute everything in the volume mixer. Once I did that, I wouldn't hear anything. I wouldn't have to listen to that static, nor anything resembling a voice within the static. I was extremely tired, freaked out. But of course I was. It had only been 2 hours since 2 people I knew had died right in front of me. Not to mention the weird stuff I'd seen at the hospital when I'd gone to visit Ayase, or the strange calls from Nanami. So I had to just be mishearing something amid the static, but
目覚めて
a voice
時間がないんだ
was coming from the speaker.
もうすぐサードメルトが起き
I clearly heard it. It was him. It had been Shogun's voice. The same voice that had talked to me at Scrambled Crossing.
なんでだよミュートにしたはずだろ
タクサードメルトって何
Turd mouth. I'm such a juvenile.
Rimi, acting just as she had been for the past couple hours, tilted her head as she looked up at me with innocent eyes. I came up close to her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and shook them.
リミ頼むよしっかりしてよ
痛いよ
言ってくれ僕を守るって言ってくれよ僕は一人じゃ耐えられないこのままじゃ殺される
痛くしない ないで。
僕は君を責めないから。君がいてくれないと困るんだ。だから
痛いの。やだ。
Tears trickled down her face. I was scaring her. Every couple seconds, her shoulders trembled. I slowly let go of her.
無用。目を覚まし。
The third melt.
The floor started shaking violently. An earthquake! It was bigger than the last one. I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound. My head felt like it was about to burst open.
Whoops.
I felt like my ears were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of needles, as though my brain was being stirred into mush by a blender. And then...
White.
I was hit by an enormous impact, and a blinding light dyed my vision completely white. I was awash with an elusive feeling of being immersed in lukewarm water.
That is quite a sentence. I was awash with an elusive feeling of being immersed in lukewarm water. Quite a sentence indeed.
The waves gently rocked me back and forth as I drifted along its surface.
Welcome to Skyland.
As I slowly opened my eyes, a vibrant blue sky spread out before me. It feels almost like I could fall into it. It was a rather strange sky. The sun was nowhere to be seen. Even though I was supposed to be in my room, even though it was supposed to be nighttime, when could I have possibly gone outside? When could it have possibly turned to day? With the last earthquake, I had been out for more than an hour. Maybe this time I had been unconscious for the entire night, I thought to myself. I remembered the earthquake's tremendous impact. Yet another elusive feeling hit me, like the tremors were resonating with the very blood coursing through my veins, threatening to burst open from the inside. Maybe this was heaven?
Heaven's Gate.
Maybe I died in that earthquake. Heaven, huh? There was no way an otaku freak like me would go to heaven. I wasn't even mentioning how I hadn't even been able to save my own little sister. How I'd been the worst possible brother to her. How I'd made Rimi kill Senna and CoZ. Hell would be a far more fitting place for someone like me. Although, obviously, I'd choose heaven if I could. My body didn't quite feel quite right. I was being overwhelmed by a sensation of walking on top of a fluffy cloud. I couldn't quite understand it. But regardless of how I felt, I forced myself to get up. The feeling of being rocked by the waves hadn't simply been my imagination after all. This was a world with a never-ending surface of crystal clear water. A world where, no matter where I looked, blue filled my view.
Welcome to Salar de Uyuni, the world's largest salt flat. Seriously, look up salt flats. They're beautiful.
And I had been right in the middle of it, lying down. Where was I? Was this really heaven? But I felt like I'd seen this scenery before.
あの空はどこにあるの?
A voice resounded within my mind. A voice which rose from the depths of my memories. Right. I remembered now. I'd seen it in a dream before. Rimi had been there. I had talked to her as she looked up at the blue sky, her face clearly one of one of holding back tears. Was I seeing the same dream as I had back then? But no matter where I looked, there was no one other than me. There was no one here, not even Remy. It was far too reposeful. Remy? I tried calling out her name, but my words were entirely mute. And yet, even without sound, they created ripples across the calm surface of water. Are you there? Sound was a series of vibrations, and those vibrations, in turn, created waves. Among those waves, just like I had been a few moments ago, there was someone lying down. I stood up. My field of view expanded. The one drifting along the waves was Remy. She was so unbelievably pale. She appeared as if she was dead. Her eyes were closed, and both of her hands were resting gently on her chest. And she simply stayed that way, facing up to the sky, not moving even a single inch. Remy, wake up. Even though I called out to her, she didn't react. She was dead. I knew that for certain. But it wasn't just her. The world itself was dead. And so I just stood there, not knowing what to do. Right at that very moment, Remy's prone body gradually sank beneath the surface of water. As soon as I realized what was happening, she was already completely submerged. How was I standing on top of water at all, I wondered. Curious, I fixed my gaze. I think that's a typo. Below the water's surface. Beyond it, there was only darkness. The sky was so bright, and yet, even though the water was clear, below it, there was only an eternal darkness that seemed to swallow it all. And Remy, still lying on her back, was slowly sinking farther and farther into its depths. I had to go after her. I needed to wake her up. But as soon as that thought crossed my mind, even though I had been able to stand on water until then, all support suddenly disappeared out from under me. Whoosh! Whoosh. I sank. My body grew heavier with each passing second. It was like I was underwater. It wasn't as though I couldn't breathe. The water was very warm, too. I just wanted to drift within this comfortable sensation for all eternity. This was the way it made me feel. Welcome to the primordial ocean, also known as amniotic fluid. Somebody, somewhere out there will understand that reference. If I had to give an example, rather than ocean water, it was more... Yep! Rather than ocean water, it was more like amniotic fluid. This very well might have been how a fetus felt inside its mother's womb. I wonder if it's a reference to what I'm thinking of. I thought the darkness continued forever, but in truth, there was a bottom to it. It was so dark, I couldn't even see my feet. I simply felt an odd, sticky sensation on my soles. I stood in the middle of the darkness. When I looked up, I found I could no longer see the surface. That blue sky, too, had been veiled completely by the darkness. The sole source of light was a single ray that descended down from above like a thin thread. Much like a spotlight would, it pointed to a single place. And yet, unlike a spotlight, there was nothing beneath it to be illuminated. It only lit up a meaningless spot. Nervously, I stepped into the light. It was ever so faint and gentle, but the moment I bathed in it, my chest began to ache. What was this sensation? It felt almost as if I could cry at a moment's notice, as if my heart itself was being rended. That was the sensation that overtook me.
I'm thinking that I'm thinking that Takumi here is going through what Rimi did. Because I remember that spotlight being important.
Where could Rimi be right now after sinking all the way down here? Relying on the faint light source alone, I made my way out from beneath the spot of light, then searched the darkness.
Wonder if she's like an artificial human or something. A homunculus. Probably not Full Metal Alchemist, but...
Soon, my toes hit something soft and yielding. I kneeled down, and this time, tried touching it with my hand. What I felt was so cold, I was capable of freezing my very fingertips. Little by little, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and before long, I realized something. I was touching a person lying collapsed on the ground. Rimi.
New outfit.
Wake up.
Oh wait, that's the one she wore in the blue sky, CJ.
I tried shaking her. Rimi, wake up. But there was no reaction. She wasn't breathing. Taking her feeble hand, I measured her pulse. She was dead. She had no pulse whatsoever. Dismayed, I strained my eyes to examine the surrounding darkness, only to find that she wasn't the only one.
Rimi.
Countless other Rimis were collapsed on the ground, almost as if this place were a burial ground.
I know I said I wanted more Rimi, but this wasn't quite what I meant. Yep, definitely not what I meant.
And every single one of them was dead. This was a graveyard. The graveyard of her heart. That was how it felt to me. Suddenly, countless bubbles sprang forth before my eyes, and within each and every one of them, I could see different visions being displayed.
Man, this really is Evangelion.
An instinctive realization came to me, and I knew then that these were Rimi's dead memories.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
私の最初の記憶は落ちてくる雨と空を覆い隠したどんよりとした雲。
How long ago had that been? It was around the time I was just an elementary schooler. Maybe 6 years ago. It didn't matter when it happened, for my memories were not continuous. In it, I saw my dad, whose head had been blown away, and my mom, who had been crushed completely by steel right next to me. Even though only a moment prior, we'd all been celebrating inside the car, happy as could be about our family trip. An enormous truck had closed in on us, and before I even knew what was happening, the car I had been in had been completely flattened. I had then been struck by an intense pain. My consciousness began to grow blurry, feeling as if my very body was being torn apart. The sharp squeal of brakes played an endless refrain for my ears.
「次の記憶は手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
Arcart Hospital. I wondered how long ago that was. It was right after losing my parents. Maybe 5 years ago? It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
担当医に剣のようなものが見えたと言ったそうです。
Norose Genichi, you bastard.
聞こえていますか？
Oh, so we're implying that Sakihata Rimi may not even be her real name? Not that I imagine they're actually going to tell us, just that the name she has now isn't her birth name. I had the feeling someone called my name, but I can no longer recall what exactly that name was, for it was now a dead name.
Awkward phrasing. Awkward phrasing. I mean, I get the point, but awkward phrasing.
まだ傷が癒えていないようですね。ご両親が目の前で亡くなったのもショックでしたか？では、聞いているだけで結構。私はこの AH 東京総合病院の名誉院長でありスポンサーでもあるノロセと言います。君はギガロマニアックスである可能性があります。ぜひその力に覚醒していただきたい。幸いにも君は天涯孤独になったので親族などの煩わしい連中も湧いては来ない。というわけで君は今日をもって死亡扱いとなりました。以後この地下室で過ごしてもらいます。何の心配もいりません。ここは私しか知らない部屋ですから。
You have such weird ideas about what she's concerned about, or...
頑張って目覚めてください。期待していますよ。
He's speaking so gentle, it's kind of unnerving. He genuinely thinks that she's just...
君は実験台です。力を持つ非覚醒者を目覚めさせるためには何が必要か、いろいろと試させてもらいます。明日からね。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling, for I hated the darkness more than anything.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in that basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
Yep, straight up torture.
実に我慢強いお嬢さんですね、君は。背中の皮膚がただれて血が出ているのになぜ耐えようとするのです？早く目覚めれば楽になるというのに。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling, for if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
痛いですか？皮膚の表面を切るだけですよ。血はたくさん出ますが死ぬほどではありません。 3日も放置すれば可能してかゆみがひどいことになるでしょう。そこからが今回の実験の本番です。安心してください。私は医者なのでね、メスの扱いには慣れています。そうですね、10箇所ほど切り刻みましょうか。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in that basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
そうですか、かゆいですか。しかし、引っかくことは許しませんよ。人というのは実に不思議なものでしてね。痛みは意外と我慢することができるのですが、かゆみはそうでもないのです。痛みよりもかゆみの方が精神をおかしくさせるには効果的かもしれませんね。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. And then, I killed my own self.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
左上腕はこれで粉砕骨折というところですか。まだ目覚めないとは、一体何が足りないのでしょうね。
I don't know, maybe don't torture the shit out of a little girl and find some other way.
しょうがない。今日の実験はこれぐらいにしておきましょう。ゆっくり休んでください。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. And then I killed my own self.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
ォーターボーディングはアメリカ CIA がつい最近まで拷問方法として用いていた最も安易で最も効果的で最も苦しませることができる技術です。
Well, this claim didn't age very well. It actually went on a little longer after that. Waterboarding, a method of torture. It is performed by pouring water directly into the nose and mouth of a person who is lying on their back, with their legs elevated and fixed above their head. This creates an illusion in which the victim feels that they are both suffocating and drowning. As the illusion of drowning does not actually inflict pain, nor cause physical injury, the United States argues that waterboarding does not constitute cruel torture, as defined and prohibited by the Geneva Conventions, which is absolute bullshit.
いわゆる水攻めというものですね。わずかな水の量だけであなたに溺死した錯覚を味わわせることができるのですよ。21世紀においていまだにこのような古典的な拷問を行っている。実に面白いではありませんか。
Waterboarding little girl ASMR.
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed. It would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. And then I killed my own self.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
私は麻酔を扱うのはこれが初めてなのですが、どうやらうまくいったようですね。気分はいかがですか。君は今、首から下が麻痺している状態です。自分の体を思うままに動かせないというのは、ストレスのたまることだと思いませんか。とりあえず、その状態で1年ほど過ごしてみましょう。1日に1度、点滴で栄養を与えますから、心配はいりません。では、良いお年を。
Fuck this dude.
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling. For if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed. It would soon all be over without me having to see anything more.
I assume that the naked Remy walking over to another Remy and being under a spotlight was a metaphor for this, which was probably what was actually going on.
As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like a pair of wings. And then I killed my own self.
No, you were so close.
次の記憶は手術台の上から見た眩しい光だけ。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous. No matter how many times I called out, no one came for me. Nothing moved, and I couldn't move anything, not even a twitch of a finger. I simply stared vacantly at the light hanging from the ceiling. There was nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like like feathers fluttering about. And then I killed my own self.
次の記憶も手術台の上から見た眩しい光だけ。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous. No matter how many times I called out, no one came for me. Nothing moved, and I couldn't move anything, not even a twitch of a finger. I simply stared vacantly at the light hanging from the ceiling. There was nothing else I could do. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like feathers fluttering about. And then I killed my own self.
次の記憶は手術台の上から見た眩しい光と男の人の声。
I wondered how long ago that was. Having been locked in the basement, I had lost all sense of time. It didn't matter when it had happened, for my memories were not continuous.
実に醜い姿ですね。1年もの間そこで横たわっていた気分はどうですか。己の糞便にまみれ、骨と皮だけの姿となり、尊厳を奪われた気分はどうだったのかと聞いているのです。ですが安心してください。殺しはしませんよ。この実験が始まってそろそろ3年になりますか。私はね、君のことが愛おしくてたまらない。かけがえのない存在ですよ、君は。ギガロマニアックスを強制的に覚醒させることはとても難しく時間がかかる。ですが君には早く目覚めてもらいたいのです。期待していますよ。
I continued to stare fixedly at the lights hanging from the ceiling, for if I did so, my vision would be rendered paralyzed, and it would soon all be over without me having to see anything more. As I remained there, I felt like I saw something amid the white light, something that looked almost like feathers fluttering down, together with a pair of wings. And then I killed my own self. What number was my current self?
Whew! Finally. That's enough.
That's enough. Make it stop, please. To think that there was such a tragic past behind Rimi's smile. I took one of Rimi's corpses that was lying on the ground and brought it close to my chest. It was terribly cold, and I could tell it was devoid of a soul. But even so, I needed her. I want you here with me, Rimi. I then wished and crafted a delusion. Wake up. Please wake up, Rimi. You're the only one who can save me. I know this is selfish of me, but I need you to protect me. I know this is presumptuous of me, but even though I'm a total loser, I feel like I can change if I'm with you. So please, wake up, Rimi. The next thing I knew, I found myself in the blue-filled world once again. Waves ran across the surface of water. And then, slowly rising up from the depths were countless Rimis. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were standing still as could be on top of the water. Eventually, they started moving. However, they didn't do so using their legs, but simply glided across the water. One Rimi then overlapped with another, and that same one overlapped with yet another one. The Rimis are merging together. Dumbfounded, I just stood there and watched. Eventually, there were only 4 of them left, then 2. And then, the last 2 Rimis slowly melded together and became one. Her eyes opened, and then she looked at me. Could this Rimi have been the one I knew? That Rimi? Or was it an entirely different one? I didn't know. I was afraid to call her name, so I waited for her to say something. Instead of speaking, she showed me a warm smile. Raising her hand to her head, she struck her usual pose.
リミなんだね。
Mimi nodded, and then she embraced me. I buried my face in her chest. The feeling of her soft, supple breast spread across my cheeks. Gravity soon disappeared, and the 2 of us began drifting along the blue. With her still lying on the ground, Rimi held me as she gently stroked my hair. I couldn't describe how wonderful that felt. It was as if the very essence of all her kindness and warmth was enveloping me. It reminded me of how I felt when my mom hugged me back when I was a kid. How safe I'd felt in her arms. I wanted to stay like this forever, but at the same time, I wanted to confirm for myself that she was really Rimi. So I turned my head just enough to look at her face. Even with that horrific past behind her, she still had the brightest smile.
全部思い出したの。これまで自分の心を自殺させることで消してきたたくさんのこと。でも思い出さないことがまだ楽だったかな。
リミ。
Rimi, despite looking like she was about to cry, still made an effort to show a smile. She entwined her fingers with my hair.
Yes, do it! Yes!
Before I knew it, my chin had forcibly been raised slightly. A captivating aroma filled me, and something warm and tender pressed up against my lips.
I kinda love how it's always Rimi who initiates the kiss. It's kind of in character when you think about it.
Right before me was her face. Her eyes were closed. I could feel her soft breaths. So this was a kiss. So sweet and so pleasant. It felt like my brain itself was turning to mush. From just a kiss alone, my heart was filled with love for her. No otaku freak like me depended on her so, yet even still, desired her everything. I closed my eyes and engraved that sensation in my memories. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my room. Remy was lying down on the floor, with me still in her embrace. Slowly, she parted from my lips.
ただいま。
Remy was acting shy, something I found incredibly cute. I ship these two so much, oh my gosh.
These two are so messed up. These two are so messed up. But they're perfect for each other.
Our eyes met. The two of us were blushing hard.
Yep. None of the other routes that came before this have anything on this romance right here.
Had girls' bodies always been this soft? Huh. 3D for the win. Finally, even I got a real girlfriend. Nobody would call me an unpopular otaku freak ever again.
You're an unpopular otaku freak with a girlfriend.
約束したもんね。タクを守るって。
僕を守ってくれる？
守るよ。
By the way, just so you know, I'm gonna wear the tuxedo at the wedding. You're wearing the bride dress.
タクも、タクミも、ナナちゃんも。
What was she trying to say? Ignoring my confusion, Remy averted her gaze from me and looked up at the ceiling.
前は、タクミに心を救ってもらって、今度は、タクに心を助けてもらって、だから、今度こそ、私があなたたちを守る。
Hey, girl boss.
I still didn't understand what she meant by Taku and Takumi, but what I did know was that if she was there to protect me, I wouldn't need to worry about anything anymore. She was a gigolo maniac, and she would keep me safe. No matter what Shogun had asked her to do, she'd be able to pull it off. As long as I was with her, that'd be enough for me.
私、頑張るね。頑張って、罪滅ぼしもするし、あなたたちからの恩にも報いるから。
Atoning for her sins. Was she talking about what she'd done to Senna and CoZ? That had been legitimate self-defense. She didn't have a choice, and that should have been how she thought about it. But what felt far more strange to me was how she'd said, "you both." Who else did she mean?
だから今は、眠って、タク。
I could feel the vibrations coming from her body at every word. Even now, her fingers were still stroking my hair. I felt so at peace, and so very sleepy. Reveling in the happiness of falling asleep in her arms, I closed my eyes.
Whoosh! Whoosh! By the time Sakihata Rimi left the container, the world around her had changed beyond recognition. A city of death. That was the most fitting description. Countless buildings littering her surroundings had collapsed, and those that had avoided such a fate had deep cracks ripping through them. Are we gonna get to see her go 1v1 with Norose?
サードメルトこれほどだなんて
I'll be down for it. After all we just saw, yeah, I want to see her kick his ass.
手遅れだったよ。野呂瀬源一は予定より早くノア2を本格的に稼働させた。
Following that voice, a boy in a wheelchair appeared before her. This old building was not wheelchair accessible, and yet, despite the fact that it should have been impossible for someone in a wheelchair to ascend their roof on their own, there he sat.
I will say, by the way, during my time in Japan, I did notice it is not a very wheelchair-friendly place. Do better, people.
But Rimi showed no signs of being surprised by his appearance.
元の君に戻ったみたいだね。
元の私なんていないよ。どっちかっていうとタクが望んだ私に戻ったっていう感じ。
I am all of me.
タクがそう望んでくれたことはさ、すごく嬉しかったけどね。
彼はまた理想度なしで力を使った。もう少し追い込めば覚醒できる。
タクのことはそっとしておいてあげて。
Cutting his words short, Rimi spoke with an intense conviction.
ノア2は私が何とかする。ナナちゃんも私が助ける。あなたも死なせないよ。
君一人じゃノロセに対抗はできない。それに前から言っているけど、君は普通に生きるべきなんだ。
タクトね、約束したんだ。
Looking up to the overcast clouds, Rimi gave a fleeting smile.
私がタクのこと守るって。だから行くね。ビシッ。
リミ。
Walking past the boy in the wheelchair, Rimi proceeded down the stairs. And the boy, deciding not to follow her, or rather, being unable to, sank deeply into his wheelchair and let out a great sigh.
自分を犠牲にするつもりなの、リミ。
NoAH too, the bringer of calamity, or perhaps the creator of a utopia for humanity. Whichever it was, it meant nothing to Rimi. Whichever it was something Rimi had to destroy. NoAH 2's location was already a known fact to her. A mutual recognition, silently yet tactfully planted into the people's consciousness. Despite it being right in front of Shibuya Station, despite the building having been demolished years ago, it was there, with none suspecting a thing. No one even tried to go inside. Rimi opened the door toward the former planetarium, where no signs of human presence could be found, and stepped inside.
Hi, Nanami.
Rimi's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous. Enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room, it could be described only as a monster. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was the low-pitched noise, akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation. NoAH 2.
ナナちゃん。
Nishijo Takumi was being held captive right next.
Sorry, Nishijo Nanami was being held captive right next to the device. If Takumi was there, that would be a twist. Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her right wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiable sight, Rimi was at a loss for words. Crucified in Jesus of Nazareth's likeness. No, what held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different, for it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of this world's evil, the entirety of this world's disorder, the entirety of this world's immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. Keeping her guard up, Rimi swiftly checked her surroundings. There was no one else there besides Nanami. She found no traces of the man who had prompted the development of NoAH 2, the man who had performed ruthless, torturous experiments on her, Norosei Genichi. Although surprised by that fact, Rimi prioritized Nanami's rescue and ran toward the tableau crucifying her.
Nana-chan, しっかり。
Lowering Nanami from the tableau, Rimi sighed in relief after confirming she was still breathing. First and foremost, she had to get Nanami somewhere safe. To achieve this end, Rimi went to pick her up. However... Oh! An intense pain surged in her back, as if something was gouging out her very flesh. Rimi vomited blood that stained Nanami's uniform.
久々の再会だというのに、私には挨拶もなしですか?
Enduring the pain, Rimi turned her head. Oh, so the tableau must have been a delusion. Norosei Genichi was standing right behind her, and in his hand was the tableau that had been clasping Nanami only a moment ago. However, it was not a tableau, but a sword, Norosei Genichi's D-sword. That very blade was now piercing through her body. Norosei slowly drew his hand back. The sharp blade of his D-sword bored into her body, slid through her flesh, and scraped against the surface of her bones. Her body arched in involuntary spasms, spurred on by the sharp, agonizing pain as her body was slowly being sliced apart. At last, Norosei's sword released her. A torrent of blood came gushing free. Every nerve in her body was screaming out in agony. Even now, she felt as if she was about to pass out from the sheer pain.
その娘は西条匠をおびき寄せる貴重な餌なのです。勝手に連れて行かれては困りますね。
Rimi was well aware of the magnitude of Norosei's powers as a gigolomaniac. She had been imprisoned by the man for over 3 years after all. In a fair fight, she would not stand a chance, and in this situation, he would never let her go. The mere idea of doing so would have been unfathomable to him.
At the very least, I have to make sure Nana-chan escapes.
The taste of blood spread through her mouth. She was continually assailed by the fierce urge to vomit. The open wound on her back was hot, as if seared by flame. The sheer pain coursing through her left her unable to move. Blood was still rushing out without pause. It felt as if her consciousness was about to be severed. It was so terribly cold. Her eyes grew hazy, and amid her fading vision, she saw what resembled a scornful smile forming on Norose's face.
This might be it for me.
Rimi couldn't envision a delusion in which she managed to escape from this man's clutches. Only despair governed her heart.
僕の力をあげるよ。
It was a voice Rimi knew very well. Nishijo Takeme, or the boy presenting himself as Shogun. The voice came from a distant place. If defined, it was in a manner akin to thought transference, in other words, telepathy, a feat made only possible by gigolomania.
僕の最後の妄想を君に。
匠。
君にこんな辛い役目を任せてしまってごめん。もう余計なことは言わない。君の意志を曲げることは無理だって分かったから。死ぬつもりなんだね。
If there was a way to fix things without dying, I would have done it.
彼が目覚めなかった以上、僕にはどうすることもできない。だからせめて僕の最後の妄想を君に。
何言ってるの？あなたはそんなことしなくても。
Even though he had no presence in this place, Rimi shouted at the person she was speaking to.
君だけを死なせるわけにはいかないよ。すべての元凶は僕なんだから。だってもういいんだ。リミ、ノロセを殺してほしい。ノア2を破壊してほしい。僕がサポートするから。
Rimi's teeth sank into her lip, and she wiped away her tears. Despite it growing more and more distant with every passing second, she did everything in her power to hold on to her consciousness. She reel-booted her D-sword. Countless fluttering feathers came falling down. Cradling Nanami with one hand, she held her sword in the other. The dripping sound landing at her feet conveyed the terrible amount of blood she had lost. The bleeding had yet to stop, for her wound was one that would never allow it to. A single slash of Norose's D-sword, one capable of bringing down all that stood against it. Rimi took the blow with her sword as she covered for Nanami, but their difference in weight proved fatal. Rimi could not take one of Norose's blows head-on with her small build. She was blown backward, and she slammed into the wall behind her. A crack tore through the wall of the planetarium's dome.
わざわざ生かしておいてやったというのに恩をあだで返すと。またいたぶられたいのですか？
Norose slowly walked toward Rimi. His face was one of pure, unending confidence. Every facet of his being stood high above, looking down on her with great derision.
変態だよね。
Rimi grinned, but her smile was a strained one. And then, for some reason only she could have known, she swung her sword toward the cracked wall behind her. The wall collapsed, exposing the scenery of the outside world. It was raining. Dense rain clouds coated the sky.
逃げようとだ。
言えないよ。でも
Rimi set Nanami down on the ground, releasing her from her hold. Still holding her sword tight, she wrapped her arms around Nanami from behind.
ナナちゃんは関係ないでしょ。
Mimi crafted a delusion, a single dazzling ray of light. By the time the light had subsided, the wing-shaped D-sword Rimi held was no longer there. In their place, snow-white feathers had grown from Nanami's back. Pure, untainted wings enveloped the blood-stained girl. It was a gruesome, yet unendingly beautiful sight. Her form was like that of an angel. Nanami was unconscious, yet, as if they had a will of their own, the wings that adorned her began to flap. Rimi parted from Nanami. Deeply bemused, Norose watched as Nanami flew up through the giant hole that had been opened in the planetarium. Slowly and steadily, she glided through Shibuya as the rain incessantly poured. Now unarmed, Rimi watched as she flew.
ナナちゃん無事でいて。
理想像を妄想によって翼としたのですか。それで君は逃げないのですか。
Norose already had Rimi within range of his own sword. He could send her head flying with a simple swing. Nevertheless, Rimi stared right back at him, bereft of all fear.
まだ逃げられないよ。あなたを殺さなきゃいけないから。
From her pocket, Rimi retrieved a cross with a dark sheen. Oh! To be precise, however, it was not a cross, but rather a stake. The same as those that had been used in the crucifixion case. In that very moment, Rimi had just real-booted one. Upon witnessing this display, Norose could not help but raise a scornful laughter.
私を殺すそのようなおもちゃでですか。随分と舐められたものですね。
The blow was far too fast. Norose's D-sword, far longer than he was tall, and at a speed thought unthinkable within mortal constraints, tore through Rimi's flank. Only when her body had already begun to stagger from the slash did she realize she had been cut. Rimi collapsed, screaming at the top of her lungs from the sheer pain. Norose's attack was not one meant to kill. He could have killed her whenever he wished at this point, but he intentionally refrained from doing so. Approaching the writhing girl, he trampled down on her arm. Repeatedly alternating between pained breaths and gritting her teeth, Rimi eventually stopped moving, for she had no other choice. The tip of Norose's enormous sword was right up against her blood-drenched back, but he had yet to pierce her with it.
もう一度聞かせてもらっていいでしょう。やめませんよ。
In light of her request, Norose pushed his sword forward with great strength. The tip of his sword further gouged the flesh of her blood-stained body, clawing even deeper into her. It was as if he was pinning an insect for him to display.
それで私を殺すと言いました。それとも私の聞き間違いでしょうか。
And yet, Rimi, still lying prone on the ground, reached for Norose's leg with one hand and grabbed onto it. She clung to him as tightly as she could. The depths of her teary eyes harbored resolute flames of determination. They glared at the scornful man from below.
殺して知らないな。 あなたを
Pulling his sword out from her, Norosei kicked Rimi in the jaw with all his strength. Her body tumbled across the floor like a rag doll.
しばらく会わないうちに実に不愉快な人間になったようですね。すでに君は用済みです。利用価値があるかと思い生かしておきましたが、もういりません。
Rimi was on the verge of death. She tried pushing her body up from the floor and crawling toward Norosei, but without her D-sword, being unable to walk, she might as well have been already dead.
私に生意気な口を叩いたことを後悔しながら死んでいってください。例えばそうですね。これから30年ほど私が君に毎日拷問を施してあげましょうか。妄想の中でね。
Norosei's lips twisted, keeping the collapsed girl surrounded by fluttering feathers within his sight. He formed a delusion. He strengthened his grasp on his D-sword and opened his channel into the Diric Sea. The particles and antiparticles needed to materialize his delusion had now been created. And from those two collections, only the particles, through the signals of light that were established as sight, were sent into Sakihata Rimi's dead spots.
それを待ってた。
何？
Eyes! Eyes! In a single instant, the fluttering feathers transformed into eyes. Until this very moment, the only eyes watching him had been Rimi's, but now he was surrounded by an innumerable number of floating eyes.
その目、誰の目？
It was the last delusion Takumi had bestowed upon her. The particles Norosei had sent were impeded by the countless eyes, rendering them unable to reach Rimi's dead spots. And those eyes, connected to the Diric Sea, discharged many antiparticles. An indomitable defense which cancelled out the power of a gigolomaniac. Only because he was Nishijo Takumi. Only because he was a gigolomaniac powerful enough to create a human. Only because he had exhausted the final embers of his own life could such a monstrous delusion have been real-booted. Astonished by the eyes surrounding him, Norosei gulped. No matter where he looked, there were only eyes watching him. Not only did their numbers refuse to dwindle, but they grew with no end. They buried Norosei's entire field of vision, and then they moved in toward him. Norosei was instinctively overwhelmed by an intense fear. Gritting his teeth, he swung his D-sword. The cut eyes gushed blood, closed their eyelids, and vanished. But right behind every eye, there was another. No matter how many he cut down, the numbers remained the same.
私を見るな。
それならもう一生目を開けなければいい。
Norosei suddenly felt a great pressure on his chest, and the very next moment, signals of pain sounded in his brain. As if they were a cloud of mist clearing away, the eyes that surrounded him all vanished without a trace. Before Norosei's eyes stood Rimi, and in her hand was the cross-shaped stake, lodged deep in Norosei's chest. And thus, that was his end. After confirming Norosei's death, Rimi fell to her knees, debilitated. She was bleeding terribly, her face pale as porcelain. She was barely even conscious now. Pained, irregular breaths seeped from her mouth. Her eyes no longer saw anything. She could still faintly hear the ominous sounds of NoAH 2, designating its status as fully operational. I guess I've got no choice but to entrust someone else with destroying it.
ごめんね。タク。
In a faint, almost inaudible voice, Rimi whispered into the air.
約束。守れそうにないみたい。ナナちゃん。助けたから。それで罪滅ぼしなんかにはならないけど助けたから。
Rimi sluggishly raised her face. There should have been a section of the planetarium's wall that had collapsed. A section through which the sky should have been peeking. But a few moments ago, it had been filled completely by a collection of rain clouds. And because of that, she could only wonder. Her eyes no longer allowed her to confirm its color, but Sakihata Rimi showed a faint smile as she looked up to the sky.
あの空をあなたともう一度見たかったな。タク。ありがとう。
When I opened the door to my base and stepped out, a clear blue sky jumped into view. I had the feeling that it had been raining, but it must have cleared up pretty fast. I hadn't been able to find Rimi anywhere. She'd vanished without a single word to me. Once again, she had disappeared on me. I'd been waiting hours and hours on it, for hours on end, but she never came back. Instead, waiting outside my base was...
Shogun!
Moving very slowly, the wrinkly boy in the wheelchair looked directly at me. Terrified, my legs gave out on me, and I fell to the ground.
君はこれから自由だよ。僕はあと1時間もしないうちに生き絶えるだろう。君に脅威を与える存在はリミが殺してくれた。
Hearing her name sent a wave of relief through me. Rimi had tried her hardest to protect me. Oops.
青井瀬名と折原梢の死体は僕が隠しておいた。七海は病院に収容された。だから君はもう自由だ。
I didn't understand. Wasn't he my enemy?
リミはどこへ？
リミはもう戻ってこないよ。え？それじゃあ。
Shogun, skillfully maneuvering his wheelchair, turned his back to me. I blinked once, and within that time frame, one that hadn't even spanned a single second, Shogun had vanished without a trace. What the hell? What had just happened? Only a couple moments after that, I heard a low-pitched quaking noise in the distance. Looking over toward the center of Shibuya, I saw something. As if there had been a giant explosion. A single cloud of dense, black smoke was making its way up into the sky. Something had happened. No, something was happening. An uprising? Something paranormal? Or maybe even a battle between gigolomaniacs. Whatever it was, it scared the hell out of me. A mysterious appearance from Shogun also scared the hell out of me. I didn't want to go anywhere near what was happening out there.
リミはもう戻ってこないよ。
But Rimi could have been over there. She had disappeared once again, and yet I was surprisingly calm. It was strange. For some reason, I didn't feel like I had been betrayed this time. This time, I had the strong belief that Rimi was somewhere out there, struggling all alone, trying her absolute hardest for my sake. But Rimi, haven't you done enough? Haven't you faced enough hardships as it is? You shouldn't have to suffer any longer. There's no reason to. It's not right. I remembered the soft sensation of her lips. I was going to look for her. I'd had enough of not doing anything, of staying in my room all day like a coward. Our future, for both Rimi and I, and the lives that we shared. There were so many incredible, amazing things waiting for us in the future. I chose to believe that, and I knew in my heart that it was right to do so.
朝一緒に学校行って学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話してお昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて夕方一緒に帰って帰るついでにたまにどこかのお店に寄ったりしてタクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりしてそれでまた明日ねって手を振って別れてそんなのでいいなら私いくらでもしてあげるよそういうの結構憧れなんだ
And that is why she is best girl.
Now I understood. I understood what she had meant by those words. How much she wished for such a simple life. When I thought back on everything, I realized that the time I had spent with her had only been a few hours in total, but I had loved every last second of it. I was always happy when I was with her. To me, who had gone through every day all alone as a shut-in, living as though I was dead, Rimi's smile had been my sole source of hope. It had told me that a bright future existed ahead of me. Rimi had smiled for my sake, so now she should smile for her own sake. I believed she would come back, but this wasn't my usual escapism, hoping to avoid reality. No, this was my resolve. I would believe only in her, for she had promised me she would be with me forever. So, get moving. Move your ass, Nishijo Takumi.
And so, in order to see her again,
I headed toward the destroyed Shibuya. Wait for me, Rimi. I'll find you. I know I will. And this time, I'll stay by your side.
well, damn! That was, damn. For those who may have felt disappointed by her being a damsel in distress in ending A, I think that works things out just fine. Remy truly is the gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Oh yeah, man. The backstory was even worse than I could have imagined. Being put in that perspective is just, oh my gosh. Man. Yep. These two were definitely meant for each other. Those crazy kids. I guess the question now is, what the hell is going to happen in this short, true ending that I'm gonna get? Is it gonna, like, continue this somehow? Like, this ending, Kozue and Senna are dead, so is it really gonna be, like, the true ending? Huh. You know what? I'll just shut up and see what the hell happens. We're so close to the end anyways. Theorizing ain't gonna get me anywhere, so it's time to just dive right in. Mages? Or maybe there's a post-credits scene. Nope! Anima archetype. Reached Remy's ending. Given what anima means, I'd say that's actually pretty fitting. Blue sky! Alright. Well, I won't linger any longer. Let's just go right in. Chapter 10, Blue Sky. Are we back to ending A, perhaps?
兄と共に収容された病院。怪我人があふれた待合室の片隅にうずくまり、実の兄のしわくちゃの手を握りしめて。
If we're picking up from ending A, I've got no problem with that. Pretty great ending.
右手の痛みに耐えて、目を閉じて、祈る。もう一人の兄の無事を。楠木優愛が祈る。
Kusunoki Miya. Miya.
倒壊したビルの瓦礫。そこに埋もれるように横たわるコンテナの中で。
I wonder how Chaos whatever. Love Choo Choo. I wonder how that's gonna handle her.
彼の美少女フィギュアの一つを握りしめて、地震と火事で醜く変形してしまったフィギュアたちの姿に感じた胸の痛みに耐え、目を閉じて祈る。彼女を許してくれた少年の無事を。
I know this is mostly the same dialogue, but may as well. This is literally the end.
岸本綾瀬が祈る。避難所となっている水明学園。その校舎の屋上で空を見上げて、神話が書かれた文庫本を握りしめて、
Looking at that red sky of hers.
崩壊した渋谷を覆う不特定多数の妄想が見せる悪意の痛みに耐え、目を閉じて祈る。彼女の歌を、彼女の話を聞いてくれた少年の無事を。折原梢が祈る。新鮮駅の薄暗いホーム、青い瀬名の震える手を握りしめて、足の傷の痛みに耐えて、 目を閉じて祈る。心の声で語り合ったクラスメートの少年の無事を。
Wait, I do have a problem with this. Bond is still dead! No! No! No. You bring Bond back to life right now. Have him be praying in the middle of this.
青い瀬名が祈る。横たわる父の傍らに座り、父の冷たくなった手を握りしめて、最後まで素直になれなかった後悔の痛みに耐えて目を閉じて祈る。彼女のお願いに不器用ながら応えようとしてくれた少年の無事を、咲畑りみが祈る。冷たい床に横たわりながら彼へ伸ばした自らの手をきつく握りしめて、傷だらけの彼の姿を見て感じた。締め付けられるような胸の痛みに耐えて目を閉じて祈る。自分が守ろうとした自分を助けに来てくれた少年の無事を。
僕は何もできなかった。君が行動したんだ。その結果としてみんなが君のことを見てきた。君という周囲共通認識はとっくに出来上がっているんだ。これからは、いや、もうすでに君こそが。
僕は君は誰？君は僕。
Oh, here we go. You are me. Ah, gosh. No?
僕は君。
No.
僕なんていない。
No.
君なんていない。
No.
僕は僕じゃない。
No.
あなたは鬼。
Don't do this to me. Not the good ending.
あなたは西条くん。
Yes.
君はタク。
Yes.
あなたはタクミさん。
Yes.
お前は西条。
Yes.
あなたはタク。
Yes. Yeah, baby.
僕は僕。
Yes.
僕は妄想の存在。
I mean, damn it. Let me say, Okay. I think we gotta be optimistic here. No. You are real.
僕は存在する。
Yes!
僕は西条匠。
Yes!
僕は僕は
Yes! Finally! Ah. Okay. 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 Yeah, just was a little confused what to do there at first. I wasn't sure whether to go full individualist with Shogun there or not, or whether to accept being a delusionary existence. I guess I was supposed to answer factually. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, I answered factually. Let's go.
Taku!
その声が聞こえた瞬間に
What? Oh. Thought maybe there was
意識が僕を固定した
anime music.
ぐちゃぐちゃにかき回されていた世界が一気に収束する本当は僕の理想度を形作って収束
It's so loud.
僕としての形に戻る世界としての形に戻る僕は僕だ
I can see clearly now. All of my wounds healed. My top and bottom halves are connected. I'm standing on my own 2 feet. The pain is entirely gone. Serenity fills my heart.
妄想によく打ち勝ったね。僕の最後の力を君に託すよ。
I noticed Rainby at the edge of my vision. She's okay. She's looking at me. Tears are falling down her face. Don't cry.
Woo! Oh! Everyone is here! Oh, are we gonna do something similar to what Ayase did in her ending?
Directly behind me, space began to warp. Prayers are brought into creation. The 6 Gospels, or perhaps the impulses of 6 spirits. all too pure, all too graceful, all too dignified, all too sharp, all too ferocious, all too destructive.
Oh, right. Before I forget, a Platic Codon, a D-sword that reflects Rimi's longing for, as well as deep desire to see the blue sky. Materializing in the form of wings that would help her fly to the sky. Unlike the other D-swords, it can divide into multiple parts and transform, which hints at that the existence known as Sakihata Rimi is one of countless divisions of birds. When real booting, countless white feathers are released from the sword and scatter across the air. However, even these are part of the D-sword. Is that all of them? I think there's an achievement you're supposed to get. Yeah, that's all of them.
All too awash with an ill-omened beauty. I accept every piece of them. The 6 blades writhe above. Wistfully, or perhaps rapturously, they raise their shrieks.
Anime powers! My sword is the longest of them all!
Infused with my D-sword. Summoning my strength, I grasp the D-sword's hilt. I ascertain its feeling. My arms work better than ever. I've completely regenerated.
No Jello Takumi shenanigans here, buddy. Just pure anime willpower.
I focus my eyes on Norose.
確かに僕は化け物だでもこれが
So I can rescue Rimi. So I can destroy NoAH too.
僕が望んだ妄想だ
Norose's response is swift. He has yet to harvest the code sample of Nishijo Takumi. The delusion was supposed to corner the boy and shatter his psyche, but now the tables have turned. And that he cannot allow. Norose closes the gap between himself and Takumi. Taking a specific angle, he swings his D-sword from below. With a D-sword that can cleave any known object, he diagonally carves through Takumi's chest. The target's durability makes no difference. Killing a person with it is as simple as slicing through a block of gelatin. With one quick swipe from Norose, Takumi's body is split into pieces. His head, right arm, and right shoulder all slide cleanly off of his body. Internal organs litter the floor. Not a single drop of blood falls with them. The lower half of Takumi's body begins to give way. He braces himself and manages to plant his feet. In the following moments, the cross-section of his wound begins to undulate and squirm. I guess Jello Takumi shenanigans after all. A bubbling noise ensues. In this following moment, the cross-section of his wound begins to undulate and squirm. And then he regenerates, unharmed, unaffected, even though his body was cleaved apart a mere second ago. Already, a new head, right arm, and shoulder were born. His old head and internal organs remain where they slid free from him.
痛覚は遮断した。
With a single step, Takumi approaches Norose. Norose clicks his tongue and turns over his D-sword.
肉体の形を捨てたがゆえにいかなる形をも問うということですか。
あんたの見せてくれた妄想のおかげだよ。
He is unable to retain his shape as a human being. He took in the delusion and made it his own. This is not regeneration, but replacement. Missing parts replenish, flesh and bone are all produced once again, all propagating infinitely from the dust within his body. His shape is not fixed. Like an amoeba, like a collection of slime, he can change himself freely. And it's the reason Takumi calls himself a monster. Takumi takes yet another step toward Norose. Norose's frustration increases. Gripping the hilt, he thrusts his D-sword at the approaching Takumi. Takumi's head finds itself between a colossal pair of scissors. You're not Sundowner.
脳を失えば妄想はできないでしょう。
Takumi's head is crushed. It splits like a watermelon. Blood and gray matter burst forth. Everything above the neck is gone, and yet Takumi's body remains. Regeneration, placement, is instantaneous. As soon as his heel hit the ground, as if nothing happened, as if he was entirely replaced, his head returns right to where it was, without a single scratch. Norose awakens to an understanding. He cannot win this fight. Physical attacks with his D-sword are useless. The delusional attack denying the boy's reason for existence was taken in and used for an alternate purpose. The current Ishijo Takumi is all too removed from view of normalcy, all too distorted of an existence, all too fitting as a monster. And yet, despite it all, Norose has no intention of conceding. His next thought is to utilize NoAH power to bombard Takumi with innumerable antiparticles. Bombardment with antiparticles can transform any known existence into negative matter, ending ultimately in self-collapse. If disruption from the surface is not viable, then collapse must be undertaken from within.
そうなんだね。
Norose's thoughts were read by Takumi. The shine of Takumi's D-sword transforms from red to black. The black flame envelops the blade. It wriggles forth, extending outward. Its shape resembles that of a dark, colossal serpent.
そして現れるの。
It roams throughout the dome as if constrained by it, toward the ceiling, toward the floor, as though it is licking them up, as though it is scraping them away. It simply consumes.
邪神の黒き大蛇、あらゆる崩壊を飲み込み、邪神の身を砕くことのできる。糖質にして異質なる。
The body of the colossal serpent is composed of antiparticles. With a mere touch, it can send any known object into self-collapse. A torrent of destruction composed of near infinite greed.
触手芸はあんまり好みじゃないけど。
There and then, Takumi's D-sword swings, its pointed tip fixed on Norose. The dark serpent, winding itself in a coil, curves its body like a whip. Its jaw snaps at Norose.
まさかこれほどとは。
Not once has Norosei ever seen such a phenomenon from a D-sword. He cannot discern whether it was the hidden power of all Gigolomaniacs, or merely Takumi's delusion. The dark fangs erode Norosei's body, and he begins to collapse, all too slowly, like a frog slowly dissolving in the belly of a snake. Darkness swallows him. He feels no pain. By nature, his death should be instant. But that is not what Takumi wishes for. Realizing this, Norosei's lips twist into a derisive smile. Norosei had no fear of death. One could say that the ideals he pursued were accomplished with the completion of NoAH 2.
私を殺してもノア2には誰も近づけない。永久期間なんですよ。それは人類を未来永劫にわたって管理し続ける。ただ座して眺めているだけではない、人の幸福のために誕生してくる人工の神なのです。
Norosei is God's inventor, so to speak. As long as NoAH 2 continues to exist, mankind will not perish, and the eternal utopia Norosei seeks will become real. Man, you went through a lot of effort just to get rid of fan service. However,
あんたなら近づけるんでしょ。
the serpent's body wriggles and writhes with Norosei in its grasp, lifting his body into the air.
それならあんたは鍵だ。
Unfortunately, you're dealing with a man who lives in fan service. Norosei is astonished, but soon enough, his face changes into an expression of pure agony. The serpent swings about his body with ease. Takumi shoots a glance at Rimi. Their eyes meet. Just what is Rimi feeling as she watches him? Reading her mind would be effortless. And yet, Takumi does nothing of the sort. It seems I was able to save you after all. He quickly averts his eyes. His gaze then shifts to the still humming NoAH 2, the throne of God, where none may stand foot. A cradle which shows naught but dreams of bliss.
ごめん。
He apologizes to no one in particular.
僕は人類にとっての敵かも。
The eternal utopia that this device would bring. A future without conflict. Takumi will extinguish them with his own two hands. Is that right, or is it wrong? Takumi cannot give the answer to that.
でも神話でもよくあるでしょう。神だって女絡みでうだうだやってる。だから僕も
Sacrifice the happiness of mankind out of love for a girl. Takumi, D-sword in hand, bends his arms in a giant arc.
突き破れ
Get flung, idiot!
He thrusts it forth, just like a javelin. The colossal serpent of darkness charges straight ahead. With the bait known as Norosei impaled by its tip, it flies straight toward NoAH 2. An enormous serpent of antiparticles, capable of terminating any known object. It had no will of its own, thus it is not something that can be warped nor distorted. With the greedy impulse to destroy, using Norosei as the key, the delusional barrier is easily smashed to pieces. When did the rain begin to fall? There was just a huge explosion, and its blast blew my body away like it was nothing more than a rag doll. Next thing I knew, I found myself lying here. Those eyes are always watching me. The stare pierces through the thick, pitch-black rain clouds and pours down on me like rain. Don't look at me. My body won't stop shivering, not from the chill of the rain, but rather the ice-cold rubble pressing against my back. So terribly cold. A gaze pierces me from the heavens. Who it belongs to, I can't say. As if to escape it, I raise my head to look at the environment around me. There I see a ruined city. There I see despair. There I see death. There I see nothingness. Not a soul is there. Not a soul is moving. Not a soul is left alive. The only thing I can hear is the sound of the rain continuing to pour. At this rate, everything, both the living and the dead, will it all be gently embraced and washed away? How nice it would be if all of this was just a delusion, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I can't move my body. I can only move my eyes and neck, and even then, just barely. I can't use that monstrous power from before. My body is shivering, and that's nothing more than a physiological phenomenon. It isn't happening by my own will. I don't want my body to tremble. If I can't move it freely, then it isn't my body. Or maybe I've never had free will ever since I was born. Nobody knows exactly where the soul resides. Bearing that in mind, how can anyone say that there is a soul inside this body of mine? But then where exactly am I now? Am I really here? Am I anywhere at all? In this shattered world, where all stands still, where all that can be heard is the rain of death, suddenly another sound echoes through it. A single, solitary existence begins to emerge from the sea of nothingness. Who are you? Is your skin so pale because it's been numbed by the chill of the rain? Or is it because you're already dead? And yet, the girl isn't shivering, and those eyes of hers, nearly hidden by her bangs. Don't look at me. They look so terribly sad. They look as if they hold a hint of madness. They look as if they reflect nothing. If she and I were the only ones left in the world, if we stared into each other's eyes like this for all eternity, would my world be reduced to the reflection in her eyes? Would her world be reduced to the reflection in my eyes? The only thing reflected in her eyes is me. The only thing reflected in my eyes is her. When I think of it that way, the world immediately seems so much smaller. Suddenly, a flash of static reaches my ears. One endlessly beautiful, yet deeply discordant. She lowers her head and spreads her arms wide, almost as if preparing to take off, to soar high above the rain clouds. or as if trying to catch all the falling rain.
あなたを見つめる妄想
From where I am on the ground, I can't see the expression on that lowered head of hers. Behind this thin veil of rain, just what kind of face are you making?
殺してあげる
An angel? Are those dancing feathers of light blessing me? Or... I see. I finally understand. She's going to use that to kill me. The girl slowly kneels to the ground, right before my collapsed body. With her head still lowered, she gently takes my own in her hands. I surrendered my body to her grasp. I'm just relieved that she isn't looking at me.
殺さなくちゃいけないの
In my ear, I hear a whisper, garbled by static. It's as beautiful as it is discordant.
ごめんね
Hello? There's nothing to apologize for. If I don't disappear, the other me, the real me, will die. So, that's why I'm okay with this. In fact, I'm really glad I get to be erased by you. It's not a bad end for a monster like me. I don't have any regrets. A warm, soft, gentle, sweet sensation. And miraculously, as if it were an anesthetic, the shivering in my body slowly begins to die down. Her soft breath tickles my cheeks. It smells so sweet. Suddenly, I sense something pressing against my chest. The large sword she holds tears through my skin, bores into my flesh, weaves through my bones, and slowly sinks through to the center of my body. But gifted with the anesthesia of her kiss, I no longer feel any pain. I would never have imagined that I'd get such a kind death. Just the thought of it breaks my heart, leaving me on the verge of tears. Trying to hide them, I look past the girl's head up toward the ashen sky, where the rain continues to pour.
Finally. Man, you had me going there for a bit.
Her lips pull away from me. Her sad whispers trickle into my ears.
やっぱりタクを殺せないよ
I feel no pain. Her sword isn't real-booted. My body isn't injured in the slightest.
でも消してくれなきゃ本物の僕が
die. He will die. That's why I should die instead. That way, he can stay alive for just a little bit longer. I'm sure that's what you want too.
消して。消すんだ。僕を。
できない。
Rimi lightly shakes her head. Those eyes of hers waver as they stare at me.
好きなの。あなたの弱さが好き。
I get it. I get it. It's just funny. It's just funny.
弱いくせに臆病なくせにボロボロになって私なんかを助けに来てくれたその強さが好きなの。
Takumi's gonna hit the gym after this.
あなたと同じ時間をもっと過ごしたいの。あなたを失いたくない。あなたに生きていてほしい。
Yo, look at me.
僕は化け物なんだ。
私だって同じだよ。
Is it okay for me to keep on living?
And I ship these two monsters so hard.
君がそれを選んだなら生きていていいんだ。
I hear a voice from the sky. And with that, I understand. Because our minds are directly connected, I perceive a certain feeling. That right now, at this very moment, his life just vanished.
匠が死んだんだね。
Poor guy. He went through so much just to save the world. Wait, I say that like it's an insignificant thing. Yep, he went through so much to save the world. He is the real hero here, but can't quite discount this otaku freak's contributions either.
In that moment, Rimi quickly sensed the emotions my face conveyed. Hesitating for a moment, I gave her a faint nod.
Rest in peace, you badass MF.
Don't cry. I don't want you to cry. Feeling returns to my entire body. Warmth returns to my body as well. Even though my movements are still clumsy. Even though I'm still trembling. With the hand I can move, I take out a vermilion handkerchief.
Yes! Finally!
Rimi's face is covered in tears. The droplets that are so beautiful, so clear. I softly wipe them away with all the memories you've given me.
Real Chad move here. Damn. Takumi's got a bright future ahead of him.
僕も君が好きです。
Rimi tightly clasps my hand, as if she wishes to cling to it forever. As if to confirm that we exist right here. The warmth within us is contagious. Both my and your temperatures melt together. The two of us look up at the sky. Without a doubt, it's covered by clouds. But
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉え、
タク、その言葉。
words that only he and Rimi should know. words that he used to give Remy hope. And yet, I know them, because I've seen his memories. He and I are one in body and soul. My memories and his are shared between us. His memories of the 17 years of life he lived were all passed down to me. I guess they're the same person now, really. And he vicariously experienced my own year and a half of life.
自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめれば
Yep, Takumi suddenly had a bunch of Chad energy. Enter right through his body.
僕たちのあの空の色は取り戻せる
We know that color, because in that image world of only sea and sky, it's the color we gazed up at and burned into our memories. Suddenly, the rain stops. In an instant, the clouds vanish. It's clearing up, coming back. Something that, no matter where you look, always seems to draw you in, gently blankets the world. The blue sky above.
Well, we finally did it. I think I kind of greatly overestimated what exactly NoAH was going to shed light on. Like, it did. The NoAH content does shed light on things. It's just, I seemed to have this impression that, like, it was gonna be, like, everything answered and elaborated on. Nah, it's... Oh! Hey! Aww. Or... Well, at least he passed with a smile on his face. Live on in the otaku freak. You damn hero. Oh. I can't... Wait, that's her right hand. She's holding his hand. She got her hand back. Woo! Damn. It's such a subtle detail that tells you so much. Yeah, I love stuff like that. And, yeah. That being said, I'm still glad NoAH exists. It does pretty much complete this game. It's the main problem with the main story, of course, was, you know, the lack of development for the other characters, but, we got more of that now. I'd say, like, I'm a little disappointed with Nanami. That may be a bit of a hot take, I don't know. Little disappointed with her development. I feel like more could have been done with her, but, yeah, besides that. I also feel like Ayase, like, she does serve a role in a way, but also doesn't quite, she herself doesn't really, I guess, I don't know what's the way to put it. Like, she's not useless, but underutilized, I'd say. Yeah. That's my main problem, is that I feel like some characters are underutilized, I guess. I mean, the writing is still strong enough that you can dissect them and get a lot out of them. I just do admittedly think there's a bit of an imbalance, and the roots while they flesh them out, don't really supplement the fact that without them, they feel a little less... I think this probably mostly applies to CoZ and Senna, actually. And yes, I am only bringing it up because they came up. But, I think for them, they're probably, like they've got good stuff going on with them. It's just they don't exactly bring much to the table in the main story besides, you know, just shaking things up a little. It may also just be a problem of certain characters being introduced a little too late. But, as for things I do like, also I'm absolutely convinced that these two are gonna get gay together. Anyways, get cucked, Sarah. Nobody likes you. You're the worst girl. If this is actually the image the game ends on, I swear. Mag. Yep, just get one final look at those very, very perky, hard nipples. Do I do anything? Okay, there we go. Yep. It's over. The prelude, Delusion of Zero, has been unlocked. Congratulations! Get out of here, Sarah. No one likes you. Why are Rimi's fingers, except for her thumb and pinky, just fused together? Oh, right. Delusion of Zero is the thing I looked at before. Blue sky! Blue sky! Hey, that's a nice track. Now, I believe there's an extra thing in the, I believe there's an extra thing in here that has been given to me, but I don't exactly think it's important from what I've heard, so I'm gonna go ahead and just do that privately in my Discord. If it does end up being important, I'll just comment about my impressions, but I want to go ahead and just give my thoughts here. So, you already heard what I said in the credits. I feel like, yeah, there's a bit of a character imbalance. You could probably write out certain characters if you wanted. Not that I want them to. I do like the characters, just... yeah. Of course, there's also my criticism about, like, the murder mystery aspect of it. Like, I know, it's mindfucky visual novel. Doesn't have to be all about the murder. I was just saying, like, it's such a major part of the tension and the thriller aspect of the game that, it ending up just being so simple and it's insignificant in the grand scheme of things, and committed for such a weird reason, an objective that could have been accomplished so many other ways. But okay. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to air out the dirty laundry here before I get into the positives, so don't take it as, I hate the game! No. Yeah, the other problem I have, of course, is that this game is just so horny. Oh my guys! Like, I get it. We're in Takemi's perspective. But at the end of the day, it was the writers who made those delusions, not Takemi. And, those delusions... A lot of the delusions really just don't contribute anything. Like, I get it, like, it would be weird if, like, they all contributed something. Some of them are funny or contribute a little characterization, but there are others that are just so insignificant that it's just kind of, why are they even there? It's just, I hope that they're, like, the system does have potential. I just think, like, a lot of the delusions were bad. Yeah, bad. And using my guide kept me in a narrative that felt pretty cool, pretty interesting, intriguing. But, yeah, if I had seen those other delusions during my initial playthrough, I don't know if I would have liked the game as much. And, like, ultimately, it is the entire game. And taking the whole game into account, yeah, that's kind of an issue. Like, the characters outside Takemi's delusions are written pretty well. Like, yeah, I get that's the point. But for me, the player, it was kind of an insufferable experience that dragged down my impressions of things a little. And I think, like, there could have been some way to still have Takemi with the same characterization, but not with stuff like, oh my gosh, there were so many rape ones. Rape is just so common in this game, jeez. Like, I guess another thing is just, like, sometimes the game can feel a little try-hard edge. Like, it goes a little overboard sometimes, to the point where it's just kind of like, okay. Yeah, pretty gruesome. Yep, really terrible. Like, yeah, it shocks you initially, but then, like, when you think about it more, like, what does it... Like, it shows depravity of humanity, I guess, but, like... I just feel like it didn't have to be that... Yeah, it just kind of... Yeah, like I said, kind of try hard for me in that aspect. Just doing more than it needs to, I guess. Like, I still don't get what exactly was the symbolism or point in something like Senna's mother eating her baby's corpse. Like, dead baby. Baby was dead the whole time. She was in an experiment, mind control. She goes mad and kills herself after realizing it's an illusion. Yeah, I get that, but like, what does eating the baby do? Just stuff like that, where I feel like it goes a little too far for, like, no reason. And back to the murder thing, like, the murders were so grotesque and extremely specific that, like, it makes you want to read into it and try and figure out what's going on with the murders, but, like, when it turns out, yeah, it was just a conspiracy against Takumi the entire time. It was all geared toward him. And they were just random brutal murders, potentially based on song lyrics. As a... Okay. But, on to the positives. So, first off, Takumi. Really different protagonist from the usual fare you get. Like, yeah, it's hard to like him, but at the same time, it's like, he's just so... like, oh my gosh. Takumi's just a little weirdo, and I'm glad I got to go through the perspective of just a protagonist I don't think I'll ever experience again anywhere else. And, yeah, watching the little dweeb finally man up. Rimi was pretty great character. I really enjoyed her and Takumi's chemistry and how she played into everything as a whole, while not, like, being, like, some central figure in everything. Like, ultimately, everyone's relation to everything was just, they were gigolomaniacs being used. There wasn't, like, some... Takumi was ultimately, yeah, the most important one of all, but, like, he kind of just plays it. Like, I think the whole twist behind why he's actually a shut-in, like, I could disappoint some people who kind of just, like, think that, I mean, like, yeah, there are just people like that who do actually exist, and there isn't some super elaborate conspiracy behind why they are the way they are, but, like, I think it works here. I mean, if you want that, there's Daru in next game. I haven't heard his tragic backstory yet, so, yeah. That's, yeah, it works here because he's protagonist, gotta make him more compelling, and it's interesting to think about how, like, I do appreciate what the game is doing with the more implications, not telling you literally everything. Like, it's not to remember 11 levels of extreme. I mean, to be fair, that game was literally unfinished. It wasn't exactly their fault. And I mean, all the speculation there was pretty cool for people to figure out, but yeah. Lots to talk about with this game, essentially. Sorry, I was getting off topic from characters. So, guess I'll just go in order of endings here. So, Nanami. I like her, okay? I like her. Sweet, adorable. I like how much she cares for Takumi. She is a good little sister, but, like, her ending was just such a missed opportunity for me, and, like, it just kind of felt more like a what if rather than, a disturbing what if that goes into that try-hard edge I was talking about earlier, rather than, like, really developing her as a character. It just felt like a missed opportunity, and, like, I wanted to learn more about I wanted to learn more about Nanami. Like, I don't expect anything beyond, like, just personality, but, like, she's likable, and you want to get more of a feel for her and understand really what she went through with Norosei, I guess. Just that enduring love for her brother. And yeah, it didn't have to be incest. It seriously didn't. Like, yeah, sure, whatever, they're technically not related, but, like, come on, let's be real. It's supposed to still appeal to the incest crowd. They'll just interpret it however the hell they want. I can't believe there's a friggin' incest crowd. Okay, so Mia. Like, I do think, like, yeah, her whole backstory, and, like, the true Mia, pretty interesting. Underutilized, in my opinion. Like, there's hints of what she truly is, but, like, ultimately, those real nuances to her character are just locked away in that root, and that root, while it does do much for her, it doesn't really, like, do much. Like, I'd say that's a complaint for, like, the first 3 roots I did anyways. Like, they don't do much for the whole story. There's characterization, of course, but it's just kind of like, I can't imagine people who don't particularly care for the characters in the first place coming out of that being like, well, that was definitely still worth my time. I mean, I guess I'm speaking for the people who have trash taste. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You, right there. Yeah, you, who doesn't like you, aka Mia. Yeah, you have garbage taste. I will throw you in an incinerator. Yeah, like, the initial twist with her, like, going after Takumi, yeah, pretty cool. Like, her motivations behind that, yeah, makes sense. And I like the fact that a relative of the, one of the victims of the murders, the New Gen murders, was a player and everything, but, like, she gets her D-sword so late and does literally nothing with it. Besides that one scene. And, like, assuming that the Blue Sky ending here is, like, the canon ending, like, she has got a lot of unresolved stuff to handle. Like, the sad thing is, too, is, like, I kinda want to see more of her as Mia. Like, I was genuinely interested in the character, but, like, yeah, just kind of ended abruptly for her there, and, yeah, goes into the thing I was saying earlier about characters being underutilized. CoZ. Again, really, really late. And, like, I don't quite get why she exists. But, yeah, she's cute, she's fun, she's homicidal maniac. Her route was pretty great. I don't know why she exists. Like, guess to show how the D-sorts can go out of control, but like, it seemed like they kind of show you that in Rimi's route as well. I guess that's the point, but like, if she's just supposed to be like the bad example or whatever, that's kind of weak, in my opinion. Senna, like, okay. I think having someone who is indeed a conspiracy theorist who's onto some things, but also doesn't quite have everything right, isn't quite getting the true picture of everything. She's looking in all the wrong places, like that pen, for example. I feel like that could have been explored a little more, like her and like let her and Takumi talk more about I would have liked to have seen her confront her speculation being wrong more than just outside her roots. Her roots was like solid for her characterization, but like still. Yeah, her thing with her dad is kind of weird. It's like, yeah, her dad's important, but like, at the end of the day, Hatono is kind of shackled by being Senna's dad rather than getting to fully be a character who, honestly, I think probably could have been more interesting and relevant to the plot than Senna. Yeah, okay. And, yeah, that's about it for the main characters. So, the plot... I really did dig, the thriller aspects of this game, essentially. Like, what's really going on? Who's in danger? Who gonna die? What's the next murder? Like, once the curtain's pulled back, once you know the truth, it's just kind of like the thrills were cheap thrills, and like what was really behind them wasn't really... It didn't even really matter in the grand scheme of things. Just... I don't know, it's just kind of like... It makes things feel more like a waste of time, I'd say. I like this game. I like it. It's just... I guess... I enjoyed the stuff with, like, Bond and whatever. Seeing his own perspective and going through things. I mean, I get him being killed off as realistic, but like... I won't get into that. That's kind of just more a nitpick than anything. I will say I'm a little disappointed we don't get to learn more about Momose's connection with the Committee 300. Maybe that's just something that rears its head in the future or something. Because, like, I know, this is only the beginning. Only the beginning of a bigger picture to be had, but, yeah. This game does leave me wanting more, I guess. I'm sorry, like, I know I say I love this game, but I'm just kind of being a downer and criticizing it. Yeah, I guess it's really just like Takumi and Rimi, I guess. That and the whole thing with I enjoyed the thrills while I still didn't know what was really going on. Oh, man. Like, I like this game, it's not as... I don't like it as much as, like... I think people were hoping I would. Like, I'm sorry if I disappointed people in that regard who really love this game. And, like, yeah, after this video goes up, I'm gonna be looking into things, talking with the people about the game, learning more. I may gain a deeper appreciation for everything. It's just right now, right here, right off the heels of the ending. I can appreciate what the game's going for as a whole, and I'd give it like a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I'll go ahead and leave things here for now. I think I've said enough. I mean, if people want to hear more about my thoughts on certain things, you can give me questions in the comments or on Discord. I'll try and talk on anything I might not have covered. But, yeah, I'm really excited for, the rest of the series here, because, I mean, it does sound like things only go uphill from here for the most part. I know Steins Gate's like the big popular one, normies, but, I mean, I enjoyed it immensely when I initially played it when I was 17, but I think having the context of Chaos Head Noah here will make the replay a more interesting experience. But yeah, I'm especially excited for robotics notes, because I don't know, like, my friends just seem to particularly love that one, have like just so much love for it, like an earnestness for it, and I kind of just want to see what it's all about, like. And then of course Chaos Child, that seems like that's the successor to Chaos Head, and like I like what we have here at the moment conceptually with Gigalomaniacs and the massive conspiracies, exploring different topics. Yeah, I think like you take these base ingredients and you try and do something new with them. I think things can be really interesting there. So yeah, I'm probably the most excited for Chaos Child of anything, if that's the case. But yeah, those are like the main entries. Then of course you got Steins Gate Zero. I also played that when I was younger, but again, like, well, here's the thing. So there's a translation of the original novel Steins Gate epigraph that is being worked on, and I plan to read that first before I go into Steins Gate 0, because, like, my friend at least is working on it, genuinely insists it's better than the actual game, and I'm curious about that. See how Steins Gate 0 does things in comparison to Epigraph. And of course, the one I'm dreading the most, Robotics Notes. Is it Robotics Notes? Robotic Notes? Robotics Note? I don't know. Dash. And yes, I've already been told what the dash means, but, yeah, that one sounds like it's gonna be something. And, then, of course, there's the other games, like, the weird dating sim spin-offs, and, of course, there's Linear Bounded Phenagram. When the patches for those are out, yes, I will play them. I will play every single video game in this series, so don't you worry your little heads. But yeah, I'm gonna probably take, like, a few months before the Steins Gate replay. In part just because, like, this was my first playthrough ever, and it was so exhausting. But also just because there's a bunch of games I'm really passionate about that I want to get to beforehand. Huge fan of the Trails series, for example. Legend of Heroes Trails. The new game Trails into Reverie came out, so I'm gonna be diving right into that when I wrap things up here and get the video uploaded. But I may try, like, things besides visual novels in the future. Like, I'm not really familiar with, like, capture card technology, how to synchronize recordings of gameplay on a console with your voices, and there's also just the matter of sometimes I just want to chill and relax and enjoy the game in my own free time without being on a schedule. So I may be a rarer uploader in that regard, but I do want to try and go further with Let's Plays here. So at the very least, all of the science adventure games, I will upload them to YouTube as I go through them. And I'm excited to see how they all link together. Here. Oh yeah, there's also Anonymous Code that came out. Yeah, that one especially sounds... yeah, there's also Occultic 9. That Occultic 9 sounds like such a confusing situation. I'll try and figure it out when... I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. I'm so sorry if this is such a long rant or whatever. Yeah, I'll go ahead and wrap things up here for now. I think I said mostly everything that I need to say. For those of you who have stuck with me throughout this whole thing, me, just this tiny little guy playing a game literally never uploaded before, thank you for coming along with me on this, crazy first Let's Play of mine, even if it's quite quite a game I chose for my first. And, even if you don't come back, thank you for being around. And, I do hope I can see more of you in the future and get to, well, just give people fun reactions, I guess. I don't know if I'm like the best at this, but I'm kind of flustered, as you can tell. I'll end things here for now. I hope that I can see you guys in the future. And maybe I can make something of this channel someday. Won't count my eggs before they hatch, but maybe someday. After all, a lot of things in this world once started out as delusions before they became reality. I'll see you guys in the future. Goodbye for now, and have a great 2023, or whatever year you're listening to this to.